no idea how I'm going to fit in everything that I'm thinking about reading into my TBR today, into the reading today, into these reading sprints. So it will be really interesting to see just how this goes. Yeah, so let me share with you today what all my plans are, and please add to the comments what all your plans are for reading today. Clearly, as you can see here on the screen, I plan on reading A Christmas Story. This is probably my favorite, most watched Christmas story, even though as I've grown up, I recognize there are parts of it that are problematic. And I feel like I always kind of recognized there were parts of it that were problematic. Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah. Uh, but overall, I really feel like the intentions of this movie are good and that it was very of its time. Anyway, I did not realize until just this month that this was actually a book. And so I have my copy of the book here. I am ready to read about Ralphie. I have heard that this actually occurs more than just at Christmas, but so does the movie. So I'm ready for that. Let me show you some other options I have for today because this is a pretty short book and I haven't looked at the font. It's decent size, but I think it'll be a fairly quick read. I also have another short book, and this one is Nicholas Gogol's The Night Before Christmas. I don't know how similar this is to the story that I grew up with. I don't know if it's the same story that I grew up with. I don't know that I want to know beforehand, though I did just find there are pictures. So that's fun. And like, I love the fact that I now have Christmas books that are all the same size. Total coincidence, different publishers. But staying with that same size, I also have, sorry, I have the light on over here, but Christmas at Thompson Hall and Other Stories by Anthony Trollope. Now, I have to say, I just finished Barchester Towers this past week or last week, and I'm not as excited about these stories as I once was. I'm realizing Trollope, I don't think is my favorite person. So, like in terms of author, in terms of Victorian writing. So we'll see how that goes. I also have the Nutcracker and Mouse King. And if you guys did not know, there are multiple editions that you can get of the Nutcracker, but this is The Tale of the Nutcracker is the one that I want to read out of here by Alexander Dumas. And if you didn't know, the ballet of the Nutcracker is based on his telling of the Nutcracker. So that's why I want to read it, in addition to the fact that I want to read everything Alexander Dumas wrote. And then the other book that I'm really hoping to get today, and I should say, of these three books, I'm not necessarily planning on reading all three of them. I am definitely reading about Ralphie, and then if nothing else, I will also be starting Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. This is a buddy read that I am going to be doing in December and January, or maybe it was January we were starting. I don't remember anymore. I'm going to try and start today. So that is that. I tried to put up some festive Christmas lights behind me. It was a mess. It was a mess. And I got them up and I got them to stay up. But by the time I did that, then I realized that they flicker and it was very flickery on the screen. And I was like, I don't know if anybody has issues with flickering lights, but I don't want to be part of it. So I took them back down. So I'm still working on lighting. I know what I want to do for the lights. I bought the lights that I want to put up there yesterday and then came home and realized I didn't have enough batteries for them. So maybe that'll be resolved sometime today. But for now, we're going to be sitting in front of the bookshelves. And later this evening, we'll be in front of the fire. So all sorts of cozy winter vibes. All right, I've chatted way too long. Let's see how you guys are doing. Good morning, Diana. How are you? I am looking forward to the sprints today as well. Yeah, you're not late today. Oh, you've been up since 5:30. I was up since really early this morning too. I don't know what's going on. And hoping to get a peek at my filled bookshelves. Yeah, I'll zoom back when we go into the sprint to show you guys a bigger picture of what it all looks like. But I'm so satisfied. And Diana, ooh, the letters from Father Christmas is what you're reading by Tolkien. I just heard about these this year as well. And this is the collection of letters, right, that he wrote to his son about Father Christmas or something like that. And good morning, Viviana. How are you? You don't celebrate Christmas fair, but you'll be reading The Shining by Stephen King. I love it. I love that that's your thing. And that is totally fine. Like I said, bring your Christmas read, bring your winter read, bring a book to read. So I'm glad you felt like you could still come. And Sherry, hello. You're going to start Christmas at Thompson Hall by Amity Trollope. Okay, let me know how it is, Sherry. That's how I'm going to do that. I'm going to let you read it first. Tell me what your thoughts are and whether it's something I should try and fit in today. But I think that's cool that we both have it. Maybe we should both read one out of there. How about that? Okay, tell me how long the first story in there is, and maybe we can both read it together because that would be kind of fun. And good morning, Denise. The coffee is almost done. Yeah, I'm still working on my cup. And you're ready to start. Ooh, Miracle on 34th Street. Nice. And oh, you too, Marcella. I feel like this is going to happen a lot today. We're like, there's going to be so many of us who are like, I'm reading that as well. And good morning, Heather. I'm so glad you could make it. How are you doing? How are the horses? And hello, Karen. You're reading Holiday Buzz. Ooh, I haven't heard that one. Ooh, a coffee house mystery. Ooh, that sounds cozy. Book 12, very nice. And Heather's going to be reading multiple books, same. And depending on your concentration level, same. Not totally off chores, yeah. So that makes sense. And good morning, Anne. You'll be reading Brightly Shining. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. A Norwegian Christmas story. Ooh, comparison to Small Things Like These. Oh, okay. Let me know how you like it. I have not read Small Things, but I've heard of it because obviously it was very popular. And how do you guys like my little Christmas tree earrings? And Angela, good morning. And I know, look at my backdrop. Ah. You'll be reading A Christmas Memory by Truman Capote. Okay, yeah. And Letters from Father Christmas. Okay, another Letters from Father Christmas. Hey, Christopher, how are you doing? Oh, you're going to read The Snow Child. I hope you enjoy that. Very atmospheric, ooh, cold, wintry vibes. I feel like it must be warmer outside today than it was yesterday. My computer's saying it's not, but I feel bored. Maybe because I was doing so much in preparing, because there was like stuff I forgot to do early, so I had to do it all now. And good morning, Christina. You're going to be reading The Shining. Oh, look, Viviana, somebody else is reading The Shining with you today. And A Christmas Carol, two totally different books, and Other Holiday Treasures by Charles Dickens. Ooh, let me know what other holiday treasures you read by Charles Dickens, because I didn't bring it over, but I do also have A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. I have a collection of his Christmas stories, and I have a collection of his Christmas short stories. I have 3 different books of Charles Dickens stories, and I will get those and show them to you after the sprint. And hello, Sue. Not sure how much you will be here. Well, thanks for coming when you can. And reading in your scary Advent book. Ooh, 25 days to start. Very nice. All right. Well, exciting. And yeah, thank you for all who commented. Hello to all of those of you who are lurking but haven't commented. I hope you guys all have good reads. I have the timer up and ready to go. We will start per usual with 45 minutes, and then we will do an hour-long sprints the rest of the day. So I'm excited. I'm going to start with a Christmas story. I can't wait. I literally cannot wait to start this book. Oh, and I do have games that we will play on and off throughout the day. It is the Bring Your Own Book card game, and we played it last time with the little prompts. So pay attention while you read, because I need to cut the cards out first, so we won't play during this sprint, but during the next sprint, we will. So yeah, I think that's everything we need to know for now. Let me get us started by starting our timer. And not sure how much reading you can do. Oh, your engagement party is tonight. Engagement party? And are you getting married? Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? Please give me more details. Like your engagement party, a family member's engagement party. Either way, it sounds wonderful, and like engagement to get married, right? If so, congratulations to whoever is getting married. All right, let me go ahead and start the timer, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. Um, I did have to do a couple of little things real quick, but then I spent pretty much the whole rest of the time reading A Christmas Story. I guess I don't need to hold up the book since it's already there. I am about 28 pages in, and things are going for Ralphie like you would expect. So it jumps right into the story. I did read the preface to the book, and it talks about how Jean Shepherd, who is the author, um, it was kind of interesting. So basically, how this story came about is that, from what I can tell, he wrote a collection of autobiographical accounts, and then he wrote the movie script based on four of the stories in the collection. So apparently, this is actually recounting things that happened in his life, which is pretty fun. And then, of course, we got the movie, and apparently, it actually initially went to the theaters and did like okay. And then they put it on TV later, and well, we all know what happened with the TV version of the movie. I mean, you can still watch it today. But apparently, the original story collection, so they put into this book, or the book that you see over there, just the four stories that the movie came out of. But apparently, the original book it's in is also still in print, and that has like 15 or 16 different stories in it. Apparently, it has a couple different story collections, and all of them are still in print. So might have to go get those and add those to my collection at some point because that sounds interesting to hear about. And sorry, I've got like a little shine coming off my laptop here. Maybe I can cover that with my book so that will stop shining on me. The sun is coming in at just the right angle there. Anyway, let me go and see how you guys did. And Anne was telling me that it's her engagement party. I had no idea. Congratulations. That's so exciting. And totally understand why you won't be doing reading sprints this evening. So I hope you have a wonderful time at your engagement party. And lots of congratulations. Sherry, only have that short story, not one of the books with the additional short stories. Oh, okay. So you just have um, the Christmas at Thompson Hall. Very cool. Well, like I said, let me know if you want to read it together. Otherwise, I will let you read it first. Wow, it's a long story. I was thinking it was going to be like just a few pages, but in my edition, it's 65 pages. Okay, good to know. Let me know how you like it. Good morning, Natalie. How are you? Just missed the chatty bit. Oh no, I have that happen to me all the time. And you're running to the store for ingredients. Ooh, for a potluck today. Ooh, well, you're probably already gone, but hopefully I'll remember to ask you when you get back what you're making. I should have made coffee cake for today. I was talking about that last sprint. And you'll read Little Women throughout the day. Nice. And then when you have a chance, so you'll be on and off. Sounds fair. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you, but fun and too. Alex, good morning. You're sitting here waiting for 9 a.m. and forgot to actually track the time. I have done that before. Like, that's why I'm laughing, because I've totally done that. And even if you press the notify notifies you after they've gone live, like a few minutes after. Reading A Christmas Story. Ah! And then your son has basketball game at 10. Very nice. Well, I hope you got a good amount in. I know the bookshelves. It's so exciting. And Sherry says, good morning. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. And good morning, Sue. How are you? Good morning, Mary. You're reading after finding out a few weeks ago that the movie you watched hundreds of times. Right, right. Mary, this was my experience as well. I also have watched this movie hundreds of times. Literally, like there was that point where like the Hallmark Channel or whatever channel, TBS, this was like ages ago when they still existed, finally decided that they should put on a Christmas story like every single day. Like you know how like every year now there's the A Christmas Story marathon where it's just playing 24 hours a day for like a time period. Yeah, no, I would literally just have it on in the background and just sit down and watch every now and then. And that's not including all the times in my childhood where I would watch it every single day that it came on. So yeah, hundreds of times. And I also only just found out it's a book. So hopefully you heard what I said about the book and how the a different book became the movie, and then they took the parts from that book and made it this book and all the things. Hey, Lynn, how are you doing? You'll be listening to Christmasaurus while DIYing some gifts. Ooh, that sounds fun. What are your DIY gifts? And Sue is reading a Letters from Father Christmas. There's a couple other people reading that as well. Hey, Leslie, just woke up. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I am so happy about the shelves too. Thank you. And don't forget to make friends with the like. Oh, thank you. Yes, that always helps. And if you guys wonder why people will say that, in case you don't know, it actually helps other people find that person's channel or video if you give it a like. So if there is a channel that you want to support for free, liking their video will help immensely. I know it's something that even I don't always remember to do when I'm watching other people's videos. And Sherry said, I'm reading Real Americans. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. Clockwork Prince and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Ooh, you've got a lot of good ones going. And hello, Jackie. How are you? You're reading House and Seek. That's a fun title. Okay, yes. And I figured you were off to your basketball game. Hopefully back in the next chat. Sounds good. Hope the game goes well. And Sue got no reading done this sprint. Broke your arm. Oh, no. Oh, I have to go to urgent care. Oh no. Oh gosh, that's like a series of unfortunate events. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sue. That's such a pain, literally and figuratively. And I hope your healing gets better and faster sooner. So, and Alex will be watching and listening to the chat on the way to the game, but no chatting yourself. Yeah, obviously. I know. So sorry to hear about Sue's injury. That is no fun, and that can be super painful. I'm glad at least that it was like not bad enough that you had to be in a hard cast. But it doesn't sound like the soft cast is working that well. And hello, Schmitty. How are you? Good morning. Yes, Becky. Yes, thank you. And you actually got so distracted by the beautiful shelves. Oh no, that you overfilled your coffee mug. Oh no, you're like, oh. I've done this. I have done this. I don't know if you probably weren't on the sprint, but there was one sprint this summer where I was like on the sprint and I was doing something, maybe talking to you guys while making coffee in the coffee machine in the background. And I had used a different pod in a different setting because I was just in an Airbnb. And at some point it occurred to me, wow, that coffee has been pouring into my cup for a long time. It was just overflowing. I mean, it was pouring down the counter and everything. So I can totally relate. Hey, good morning, Livia. How are you? Good mornings to other ones. I know, Becky, right? I know, poor Sue. And yes, Sherry also hopes that things get better soon. Viviana made it to page 270. Sherry, how many Sherrys do we have on here? I think there's 3, right? Sherry the Book Gnome, Sherry Knight, and I think there's another one. Another Sherry. You're on page 12 of Real Americans. Nice. Sue says, thank you, everyone. And says hi to Olivia. Olivia's, making pancakes. I may have to do that today, Olivia. I made pancakes twice in the last week, and man, they were spot on. You have to finish Quicksilver. Oh, okay. See, somebody else mentioned Quicksilver. I thought it was the Neil Stevenson one, but there's apparently another book by the same name going around. And then you're going to start listening to A Christmas Carol. Ooh, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll make A Christmas Carol my audiobook today. I love that. You have the graphic audio in Italian. Ooh, that sounds fun. And hello to Anne. Hey, Courtney, how are you doing? I hope you're well. What are you up to today? And you finished the Trollop short story. Okay. Going to start Sleigh by Max Hawthorne. Okay, it's a Christmas thriller. Okay, what did you think of the Trollop short story? Like, let me know. And that must have read really fast. I guess yeah. Okay, well, good for you. Let me know what you thought of it. And congratulations to Anne. I know, so exciting. And hello, some more congratulations to Anne. And Sherry is going to read Clockwork Prince. Okay. And hopefully Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Okay. You got your work cut out for you. And congratulations from Sue to Anne. Hello to Olivia from Courtney. Heather will be reading, oh, David Copperfield. Ooh, with a croissant. Yum. Very nice. And hey, Storm, how are you? You're reading To Hell with Hallmark. Makes fun of Hallmark. Each story in the book doesn't have the happily ever after. That sounds hilarious. Like, I get sucked into the Hallmark movies when I watch them, but like that also sounds like, yeah, it would be very easy to make fun of, let's be honest. Holiday by Gaslight and much more traditional one. Oh, sounds like some good reading. And Storm, I thought you liked happy endings. But I guess it's also kind of a happy ending if it's a funny happy ending, right? And Courtney's going to try and convince herself to get out of bed. Well, good luck. And Becky's going to be reading The Most Wonderful Crime of the Year. Ooh, I like it. And congratulations to Anne from Sherry. I know. So happy for you. Hello to Storm from Livia. Denise made your husband some breakfast and read 7 pages. I might put on a Christmas carol while I make some pancakes because, Livia, you have inspired me with the pancakes. And you want to check out Right Bell for Hallmark? That sounds so fun. I'd like to check that out as well. And Denise, you think they still play A Christmas Story? I think so too. It's like right around Christmas Day. I know there's still like a particular day that A Christmas Story is played 24 hours a day. Like I need to find out when it is, but I don't have cable. So I just need to find if there's somewhere that I can stream it. And I'm just going to start streaming it on repeat. You have never watched it? Oh, what? But you've seen parts here and there. Well, that's almost as good. You need to make it a goal to watch it. Yes, you do need to see the entire film beginning to end at least once. And then you can just like leave it on and watch scenes, which is just great. And Storm says hi to Olivia, just started it, but your friend is enjoying the stories as it's short stories where things like serial killers, killer gingerbread men. I want a story with killer gingerbread men in it. Like, let's do that. Yes, and Denise has and Sherry are both hoping that Sue gets better soon. And says, yeah, right. Sounds like a book for you, Anne. Yep. And Christina, the other Dickens stories in the holiday treasure collections are The Chimes, Cricket of the Hearth, Battle of Life, and The Haunted Man and the Ghost. Oh, and I forgot to get my other collection of Christmas books by Charles Dickens. Let me grab that real quick. Okay. Not that they're that big a deal because they're in this collection of books I have by him. So there's nothing like interesting or different about each of them. But this book is a collection of Christmas books by Charles Dickens. So they're slightly longer, including A Christmas Carol. And then these two are a 2-volume collection of Christmas stories. So these would be short stories. I'm assuming the other one is like novellas. So, and I have no idea. I don't remember what's in them, but I did a video about those collections of Charles Dickens books. And I think in that video, I mention every Christmas story that's in there, or I might have listed them in the description box. And Christina started with The Haunted Man and the Ghost Bargain. Ooh, good opening. Good to know. And Alex Park walking in. You think you'll be getting Shepherd's full book too. Yes, right? Yeah, doesn't that sound interesting? And very interesting writing style, like very wordy, just like the narration in the movie. Lynn's prepping some wooden boxes to paint and then maybe some bookmarks for book gifts. Sounds nice. And flowing coffee. Thank you. I love the shelves. I'm super excited about them. Hey, Sherry, how are you? And you're new. And you're a Sherry too. Yes, you are. I think that makes 5 Sherrys now. I'm losing track. But hello and welcome. And thanks for commenting and joining. Let me know what you're up to today. And Sherry, the book gnome, said you liked the trollop story. Okay, there isn't too much to it. It's Victorian cute. Okay, great. All right, I will definitely read it then. And Sue, your stupid insurance is making you wait with the soft cast. So it's not even set? Like, it's not even like you just need a soft cast? That's just like a insurance thing. I'm sorry to hear that. That is significantly less than cool. And we're gonna just ignore this timer for a second because I forgot that I actually need to reset the time so that it'll be set for an hour. So let me just do that real quickly and get that fixed for us. All right, we've got the hour on the clock there real quick. Let me see what others I can go through. But I'm sorry to hear that that's how they're handling it. Like, you would think that in the emergency room, the insurance would allow them to set your broken arm. Like this, I'm not going to get into it, but I'm sorry that that's what's happening. And you made it before the chatty bit ended. You did. Oh, I'm glad you're loving the shelves. Thank you. And Courtney's tired and under the weather. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick, Courtney. Everyone else is being so productive. Oh, no, being resting is being productive when you're sick. The rest of your internal body is doing work. Yes. See, Natalie and I are on the same page here. I love a Hallmark movie, but also hate a Hallmark movie. Exactly. Yes, getting better. Congrats to Anne. The bookshelves are amazing. Yes, they are. Yes, I have them back. I know. Maybe they will have a Christmas Story marathon on YouTube. Yeah, right? They should at this point. And oh, you hate the Christmas Story? Oh, that's okay, Storm. Some people do. It's fine. And okay, the game starts. Surprised you made it on time. We'll see you in an hour. And you don't hate it, but it's not one to gravitate towards, and that's cool. Yeah. You love that everyone's giving you so many ideas for Christmas books. I know. Isn't this so fun? And Hallmark movies you can live without ever seeing them again. And Jackie's reading Hide and Seek, and your silly phone changed it. Oh no. Okay, hopefully you didn't lose your spot. Yeah, and insurance can suck. Yeah, yep, a lot. Hey, Melissa, hello and welcome. Let us know what you're up to today. We're all reading Christmas stories. Well, most of us are. Some of us are reading The Shining. And Sherry, people are angry about their medical insurance. Yes, yes. And that's a great example of why, right? And Marcella almost missed the chat, loving the letters from Father Christmas. Ooh, yay. And I'm also reading, ooh, The Woman in White since October. That's totally fine. Like there's no book police coming by to say, speed it up. All right. So when we go into our sprint, I'm going to pull a little card for us to start playing our Bring Your Own Book game. And the way this works is I'm going to give you a prompt, and you need to find a line in your book to sort of fulfill the prompt, finish the prompt, however it is. And I will put it on a ticker on the screen so you don't have to remember it. But this is what it's going to be. Ooh, I was hoping we would get this one. So in your book, find a line or sentence that will complete this, or a phrase that will complete this. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house. What's happening in your book? And so when you answer, be sure to put the word or abbreviation answer at the start. So I know that's what it's referring to, and include your quote and what book you're reading from. So that we'll all know. All right. And we've got the timer already set. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'll put the prompt on the screen again in just a moment. We've got an hour to go. Happy reading, and I'll see you in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint that time? Mine went really well. I did indeed make pancakes, and while I did that, I also listened to A Christmas Carol. And I'm realizing that this is the first time I've actually ever um, read or listened to A Christmas Carol, though I'm very familiar with the story itself. And I am really enjoying it. And there's a part of me that almost wishes I had physically read it, and I may physically read it again before the end of the year so that I can mark my favorite passages because there are so many good lines in this story. Um, but yeah, I'm just enjoying it so well. I don't know if you guys are all familiar with this story, but I am right now with Scrooge and the Ghost of Christmas Past. So that's where I am at in the story, and it's going really well. Um, and there was something else I was going to say about it. Oh, and it made me realize my one of my second favorite Christmas movie of all time is The Muppets Christmas Carol. And I'm just recognizing like how close, like most of the movies stick to the story, but I'm realizing how close the Muppets Christmas Carol actually sticks to some of the dialogue from the original story. So that's kind of fun to read and listen to and experience. So that is definitely going to be my audiobook for the day. It's just 3 hours long, so I will definitely get through it, but I'm not necessarily going to be listening to the audiobook all day. But when I get up and wander around and that kind of thing, I will definitely be using that. So I am looking forward to that. So let me see how you guys did in that sprint. Let's see. Denise finished The Shining on the 9th. Ooh, okay, so you were reading it. Yeah, there were a lot of people reading The Shining. I feel like right now during this month, like not even around like October. Like, is it set around this time or is there like something else with The Shining? I feel like I'm missing it, but and it was a good read for you. I'm glad, Denise. And Melissa is not reading Christmas books either. Yep. You're reading If Only It Were True. Ooh, what's that about, Melissa? Let us know. And as you missed the chat, and that's fine, hopefully making this one, you're reading The Briar Club. Ooh, I know Kate Quinn. She does historical fiction, I believe, if it's the right person I'm thinking of, but I'm not familiar with that book. And hey, Dee Dee, how are you? Swinging by to say hi. Hello, hello. Attack the like before you head out. I hope you're having a good day. And thank you. I love how the shelves are coming together as well. I still may need to shift them over a little bit at some point today when I take a break from physically reading again. I need to count my shelves because I think I want to move things all over just one, but I don't know. We'll see. And Anne's probably going to get in trouble, but you just ordered To Hell with Hallmark. And Diana, okay, 1932. Um, not not able to carry quite as much toy cargo as usual this year, as you're taking a good deal of food and clothes. Ooh, okay. Was that your answer from Twas the Night Before Christmas? And if you see it on the screen, I did say to finish the phrase using something from your book, like a sentence from your book. So, and the phrase was, "Twas the night before Christmas and all through the house." And hey, Kristen, how are you? Thank you. Yes, loving the shelves. I am. And you forgot we were doing these. That's totally okay. You're here now anyway. You're planning to just read by the tree until later this afternoon. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, and you're reading Claire Keegan's Small Things Like This. Well, welcome to Cozy Vibes. No need to read by the tree by yourself. And Diana, oh, useful stuff. Okay, there are far too many people in your land and others who are hungry and cold this winter. I thought this would be good in response to "Twas the Night Before Christmas." Yes, yes. So "Twas the night before Christmas, and you're not able to carry quite as much toy cargo as usual this year. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I get it. And Viviana's response was "The night before Christmas, and windy torrents lay on her back." Oh, I hope in a good way. Oh, there's more. And eyes closed, listening to the sound of her husband's slumber. Nice. The long inhale, the brief hold, the slightly guttural exhale. Ooh, that's really descriptive. And Lynn's heading out with family. Have fun. We'll see you later. Oh no, you DNF'd Slay. Oh, going for a run. Well, enjoy your run since you didn't enjoy the book. And Angela said 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house were both quite awed at the prospect of drinking straight whiskey. Oh, that's from A Christmas Memory by Truman Capote. Oh my gosh, I love that. We're all hyped for the whiskey. And I answered as well, and 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house a clinking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain. Dun dun dun. And Christina, 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, yet the air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in a restless haste, and moaning as they went. I almost thought of that one as well, Christina. So I guess we're both in similar parts in the Christmas story. Hey, Jamie, how are you doing? Happy Saturday to you as well. Thank you. I love the shelves as well. Yes, so wonderful. And Marcella, 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, he had to let loose one of his simply terrificalist freezing magics before he could drive the dragons back into their hole. And that's why has got so cold down here. Um, from Letters from Father Christmas. Wow, interesting with the dragons. I love that there's the dragons from fighting them back into their hole the night before Christmas. Very busy times. And Heather's at 20% in David Copperfield. And the first part really made you think of Jane Eyre. Same, same. In fact, the entire book, in a lot of ways, reminded me of Jane Eyre, just in terms of they feel like very similar, like kid in school and buildings Ramon and all that kind of jazz. Yeah. With from an uncomfortable family situation to a severe school. Exactly. Yep. And I think if I recall correctly, there I want to say Charlotte Bronte commented on Charles Dickens' book, something like that. Like as in she did not like David Copperfield. You'd have to look it up, but I swear there is some not really conversation that one commented on the other's work. And Melissa's on 106 out of 216. Very nice. Mary's at 77% of A Christmas Story. Ooh, I need to go back to reading that. And you're listening while reading along. Nice. Natalie switched to Pride and Prejudice. Ooh, and you're annotating a new copy. Oh no, you lost your original. Oh, that's such a horrible feeling. Because it's like, even if you annotate a book, there are ways to annotate the same book again, but it's never fun if you lose one of them. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And The Shining's a wintry book. Okay, thank you, Jamie. I was wondering because I was like, what? I figured it had something to do seasonal somehow because so many people are reading it. And yes, right? The Muppets Christmas Carol always say, after all, there's only one more sleep till Christmas, and 'tis this season to be jolly and joyous. Yes, I absolutely love the Muppets Christmas Carol. And hey, Shamika, how are you? Good morning to you. You're also reading A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens and Don't Cry for Me. Very nice. Well, join the A Christmas Carol group. There's not a real group. It's just a whole bunch of us are reading it. And Heather, forgot that you were reading for a second when David was working at the workhouse, Murdstone and Grinby's, and I thought, this is so Dickens. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right, exactly. Like a lot of the character names, like Mrs. Murdstone. Like, okay. Yeah, and Natalie, 'twas the night before Christmas and all through the house, we are all in an uproar. You must come and make Lizzie marry Mr. Collins. That is like so Pride and Prejudice right there. And Melissa, you're going to be a bit vague because spoilers, fair, but it's about a girl who died and she came back as a ghost. Ooh, she meets a guy who can see her. He's the only one who can see her. Okay. And so now they're trying to find a way to make her come back to life. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And Denise, 'twas the night before Christmas and all through the house, the living image of Santa Claus appeared. I mean, through the whole house. Like, sounds like he's in multiple places, but I love that like reference. I love the idea of that. And Storm had to go to Walmart, so only got 10% to hell with Hallmark. Okay. Feel like the male author was forced to watch one too many Hallmark movies. That's probably what happened, Storm. That sounds like right on the nose. He has the start of a Hallmark story down pat. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not going to go well with the librarian. Oh, no. And Melissa says, oh, yeah, okay, maybe yours is cliche, but you're enjoying it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, romance cliches are always nice. Angela is now realizing that Truman Capote's book, A Christmas Memory, is autobiographical. Oh, I didn't know that. Along with two other stories in the book. Brings back wonderful memories of your Tennessee childhood Christmases. Nice. And hey, Tomb Raider, how are you? Bouncing between a few books, going wherever your mood strikes you. Sounds good. That's the way to do it. Okay, and Denise's read is a quick read full of a lot of full page illustrations. Nice, that are paintings done by Tommy DePaulo. Ooh, I like that. And you know what? In my edition, where did the book go? Here it is. I have some of the original pencil illustrations as well. And in fact, now that I think about it, I wonder if it says Landseer, because I know Charles Dickens' son-in-law, I believe it is, illustrated some of his works at one point, but mine, there's Marley. I don't know how focused that is for you guys, but Marley showing up. So mine has some illustrations as well, which is always fun. And Essie's at 27%. Viviana's going to listen to Christmas Carol in a few. Anne was busy fixing, barbecue pulled pork. Yum, Anne. And The Shining's a great winter read due to the frigid snow in the setting. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, LA, how are you doing? Decluttering your closet. Ooh, good luck with that. And listening to The Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh, I've heard of that one. Thank you. Yeah, my Christmas tree earrings. I love them too. Yes, and I absolutely also love the background. And Natalie's gonna get started on chopping and cooking. yeah, I liked the answers as well. And Anne's hoping that your copy of The Hell with Hallmark arrives before Christmas. Yeah, that would be good. Yes, the perfect book for Christmas Day. That would be a lot of fun. And then you have to follow it by a Hallmark movie so you could compare how they end. That would be so great. All right, I will choose our next card here to see what we will be talking about in the while we sprint, so you know what to look for. I'm about to drop them all. All right, our next prompt is going to be, oh boy, one of Santa's reindeer who isn't mentioned very often. So during this sprint, find the name of one of Santa's reindeer who isn't often mentioned and put it in the chat during the sprint. Oh gosh, what are we going to come up with? And feel free to also embellish and tell us a little about this reindeer and how he got his name. Storm listened to A Christmas Carol earlier this month. The one narrated by Jim Dale is a favorite. Oh, that's a good question. Who is the narrator of the one that I'm listening to? I like the one that I'm listening to because it's like partially produced, so that it's not just like a narrator reading it, like, when the bells are all ringing, like you hear the bells and it does that kind of thing. So, which I feel like is especially appropriate for A Christmas Carol. Let's see here. Mine is narrated by Ralph Cosham. No idea. And Sue is 2 chapters read in 25 days, in 25 days, that's the book. Yep, made coffee, yes, and had a donut, yum, and chatted with your daughter. And the collards are in the second crock pot. Ooh, so you're doing like some good old-fashioned barbecue. Pulled pork, collard greens, making me hungry. Sounds delicious, Anne. So good. So good. All right. So the little bell's gonna ring. I'll put the prompt up on the screen and I'll see you guys in Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. Sorry if you can hear background noise. We are in the process of putting together my son's bookshelves. So you probably saw I ended up having to disappear for most of that sprint. I did get to read for 20 minutes. Ooh, and I didn't change my book cover. So I did get to read for 20 minutes and I went back to A Christmas Story in my reading. And yeah, it's getting really good. I finished up the Red Ryder BB gun section. I've now moved on to the Secret Decoder section and Little Orphan Annie. So that was a lot of fun, but I only got about like 20, 25 minutes of reading in. And then I had to help my husband because he had finished building one and we needed to move it into my son's room to make room for him to build the other ones. So yeah, IKEA builds. Here we go. So let me know how your sprint is going. I have to say, I am really enjoying reading A Christmas Story. It's a lot of fun. It brings back a lot of memories. I just realized that like every scene, I'm visualizing scenes from the movie and totally seeing how all this inspiration came. It's really like funny, tongue in cheek. Definitely the same narration voice that is in the movie is going on in the book. So that is a lot of fun. And it's just funny because you get a lot more narration, a lot more inner thoughts of Ralphie and that kind of thing throughout the book. So it is a good time for sure. And let's see here. Sue listened to Patrick Stewart's version of A Christmas Carol. I bet that was good. If I had seen that one, I definitely would have picked it. And Christina's listening to a Carol story narrated by Hugh Grant. Ooh, nice. There's also a narration by Patrick Stewart that you're interested in. Yep, see, there you go. Jamie listened to the audiobook of A Christmas Carol read by Tom Curry. Well, I'm feeling really left out. I feel like I have like obscure person. And you guys are listening to all these like major celebrities. And Denise, the barbecue pulled pork is one of your favorites, right? Mine too. Sounds absolutely amazing. I too am going to have to look up the Tim Curry version. And Alex, oh, you just missed the chat. Oh, 58 and a half minutes. Oh, you really just missed it. Well, hopefully you've made it for this one. Yes, you could refresh as you're in the chats or go back and rewatch. You could have made the chat if you didn't have to clean up. Oh no. Yeah, 9 to 5 deal with senior dogs. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, because that can be hard. Uh, you pressed the live refresh. Oh, maybe. And Denise Ann wanted to know if you do your pulled pork in the crock pot. Makes sense. And yes. Oh, okay. We were still in the live chat. Oh, and Natalie, try putting a timer on your phone. And if it looks like we're not in the chat, you bit refresh. Yeah, that's true. That happens to me sometimes too. Like if I click off or do something else on my computer, sometimes it will mess with me on that. You just open the phone. Oh, and it says 53 minutes. Oh, currently we are on sprint time. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was like. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure we were sprinting when she said that. Okay. Donner, who was originally known as Dunder, is Sue's answer for the what was the exact thing? One of Santa's reindeers who is not very often mentioned. Nice. Dunder, supposed to be the mother figure in the herd. Ooh. And Alex is catching up. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, my kid brother fell over sideways in nutty little kid laughter and knocked over his milk. Yep, for my Christmas story. And Essie, 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, heartsick, but her own woman. Oh, sadness. And Santa's reindeer often not mentioned Clinker. Yes, the dads. Oh, Clinker the reindeer who gets stuck in the furnace grate and causes faint puffs of smoke, blue smoke, to come out from under the daybed. Thank you, Alex. Yes, Clinker the reindeer. And the other name's what Santa calls him, right? Hello, Brandy. How are you? Reading Rhapsodic. Very nice. Well, thanks for joining. I hope you enjoy your book. Viviana, Santa's reindeer, who isn't often mentioned. Danny, nice. Brandy just started on page 5. Oh, okay. You just started. Yes. Hey, Elena, how are you doing? What are you working on today? And hello, hello. How are you? Why can't I think of your name? Oh my gosh, because I haven't been on your sprints in a while. Letitia? I'm sorry. Please put your name in the comments below. I'm totally blanking right now because I almost called you something else. And I was like, that's not right. And now I totally can't remember. Elena's reading An American Beauty. Ooh, nice. Anne's best friend just called. Oh, I love best friends from childhood. Uh, they'll be there in 45 minutes. Oh, you've been best friends since 5. That's so fun. I have a best friend like that. That's so. Oh, but you haven't seen her in 14 years? That'll be so much fun, Anne. Oh, I love that you guys still talk. That's so cute. And Sue's saying day 14, but now to the other Advent book, and you may choose an audio after that. Sounds fun. Hey, Coda, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well and having a great weekend. And hello to Coda. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So nice. Sue just read The Night Before Christmas to your cats. I love it. Did they love it? Coda thinks they loved it. I agree, Coda. I think they would have loved that. And Diana finished the letters from Father Christmas. Ooh, onto a Christmas story. Nice choice. And the audiobook, The Secret History of Christmas. Ooh, by Bill Brierson. Oh, that sounds interesting. Let me know how that is. And oh, I know. That was when I was like, well, because I thought IKEA had gotten my order wrong, and I was like, what is going on here? But they didn't. It just showed up weird. At least so far, I don't think they did, though they may have. But it doesn't actually matter if they did. Marcella, in your book, you found a reindeer named Busy. Oh, she's always busy with other things around the North Pole. Oh, so you don't see her as much as the ones that fly. That is so cute. I love that. Okay, so for my name for one of Santa's reindeer, who isn't mentioned very often, I did the Asp, who, whenever she was really in a tight spot, would just show up and cut everybody's head off. There you go. Asp the reindeer. And Natalie's reindeer is Gloom, a reindeer that suffers from SAD. Oh, in the winter. As a result, can never join Santa on his merry voyage. Oh, that's so sad. Seasonal depression disorder. Oh, your reindeer. Oh, I feel like that reindeer probably hangs out with Eeyore. And who was the other person that I was just thinking of? Oh, and Grumpy and Sleepy Time Bear. Or no, was it Grumpy Bear? But like, he's got friends. And Michelle's reading Tomorrow and Tomorrow, Tomorrow. Oh, it's just okay. Darn. I know it's gotten a lot of hype, so that's always disappointing. I have not read it though. Hey, Alicia, how are you? Just joining. Christmas cards are finished and ready for mailing. Good job. I haven't even started mine. And you need to figure out what you're going to read. You do have some Christmas options. Nice. Becky's Christmas reindeer is Leather Jacket Guy. You mean he's not in the regular lineup, Becky? I am just imagining this reindeer with a leather jacket on. And I love the fact that it's a leather jacket guy. Coda, the cats left before you finished, Sue? How rude. Were they like, no, they didn't like the story, huh? Oh, Team 84 to Alicia from Coda. Jamie's reindeer is Reindeer Nell, a storyteller entertaining all the elves with dark, spooky stories during the long winter nights. I love it. I love these reindeer. Like we need them. Like I need a illustrated picture book of all of these reindeers now, or at least just an illustrated picture. And hey, Christina, how are you? Merry Christmas to you as well. Reading your first Christmas novel of the season, Holiday Romance. Nice. And Mary's almost done with a Christmas story, 96%. Jamie didn't read much, took a shower, okay, ate breakfast, and listened to So Witches We Became. Ooh, sounds good. Melissa had a nap sprint. We do that. And hey, Miss Mika, how are you? Enjoying during the last sprint? Well, welcome. Storm did kitchen cleaning things, so listen to the most wonderful crime of the year. Love it. And the Hallmark Christmas movie on in the background felt befitting of your other book. I could totally see that, Storm. Are you laughing at them all the more now? And so glad enjoying your Christmas story. Yes, it's almost a time capsule. Yes, it really is. Like it brings the whole movie back. And yes, it also captures the Midwest well. And I didn't realize that in the book, of course not, because the movie's different, but in the book, it is, I don't know why I'm not used to having the picture of the book up there. But in the book, it is set in Indiana, but the original movie is set in Cleveland. And get this, the house that is in the movie, like the outside picture they show of the house, is an actual house in Cleveland that's still there. And I think it's now the museum for the movie or something like that. But I didn't realize this and it like never hit home to me that the movie was filmed in Cleveland while I was living in Cleveland. Like I didn't even realize that until one day in the winter on a snowy day, I was driving through this like random neighborhood in Cleveland, just trying to cut across to somewhere else. And I'm driving through and I'm like, why does this neighborhood look familiar? And I was like, I've never been over here, but like I started having major deja vu. And then I drove by this house and I was like, that house looks very, very familiar to me. But like, there's no way I know who lives there. Guess what house I was driving by? My husband told me about it later, and I was like, really? I drove by it. And Sue's listening to A Frontier Christmas. Nice. Alicia could read My December Darling, A Christmas Carol Murder, or How the Dukes Stole Christmas. I like the last one, How the Dukes Stole Christmas. Oh, yeah, pulled pork. Yes, exactly, Coda. Yep. And Diana's, I love that, Red Rider Reindeer. It's even alliterative. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Heather, 23% of DC. You've met the character Mr. Dick. Ooh. Like, who is this? I know. He lives with Aunt Betsy. Yeah. She asks his opinions. The audio follows him. Right? Janet, donkeys. Yes. Yes. And like in every movie version I've seen, that's literally one of my favorite scenes. But Heather, normally I don't like the most recent adaptations. The recent adaptation of David Copperfield is so good, especially the Janet Donkeys scene. A plus plus. And in fact, if you watch the trailer for the movie, you'll see that scene in there, and it's priceless. Priceless. And Denise, no reading, ate brunch. Sure, let's call it that. First meal of the day, oatmeal with a cup of Granny Apple Smith and cinnamon. Yum. And Coda's saying good morning to more friends. And Denise, bacon in a roasting pan. Ooh. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's a good option. More hellos. And Kristen only read 10 pages, but finished up a Hallmark Christmas movie. And had lunch. Lots of good pup cuddles. Oh, fun. And more hellos. And Kristen was saying to Michelle, you read tomorrow, and you liked it, but didn't love it. Okay. Just never got invested. That's fair. And yeah, nope, that's fine. We knew who you were talking about. And Leather Jacket Guy, the rebel reindeer. Yeah, he meets up with the Asp and they go out together and they take care of all those naughty kids. Is that what's going on here? And Anne's tried reading to your cats and they leave. Oh, good morning, Dakota. Dakota, what is this team 84? Were you both born in 84? Is that what's going on? And Becky says the protagonist in The Most Wonderful Crime has a great voice. Ooh, Leather Jacket Guy Reindeer writes thrillers with jets on the cover. Oh my gosh, he zips it and zips his chain most provocatively. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh, I need to find somebody to draw these reindeer. Do I need to? I feel like I need to change the timer to the reindeer timer now. Hello, Mallory. How are you? Switching between knitting and reading. Wonderful. What are you reading and what are you knitting? And welcome. And Alicia, the last one. Yeah. And Denise's dear reindeer is Doris, the reindeer equivalent of a Karen. Oh no, that's awful. Oh, you're both 40. Yay, welcome to 40. Happy birthdays. Did you guys have birthdays recently? But either way, welcome to 40. It's a good time. I like it here. Anyway, all right, back to reading. I will see you guys in an hour. I'm going to go back to my book and watch the ticker below because I'll put up whatever our next prompt is. Hello, welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? How did you guys do? I did really well. So I did get through a decent chunk in A Christmas Story, and I am now on the story. Which one is this called? Um, My Old Man and the Lascivious Special Award that heralded the birth of pop art, also known as the Lake Lamp. So I am on that chapter. I'm pretty well into it. And it's interesting because these stories are not just the movie and book form, but are the original um, I guess, autobiographical accounts that Gene Shepherd wrote. It's interesting to see like how they start, where they go, though they do stick pretty closely to what he read there. But then you can see on my screen, I have A Christmas Carol up because I did spend the vast majority of that time actually listening to the Christmas Carol on my phone. I'm trying to pull it up for you guys. And the reason that is because, like I mentioned, we're putting some bookshelves together for my son. Here's the copy that I have of A Christmas Carol. And so were doing, while I was listening, I was hammering in the backs of the shelves and then we moved them into place. So two down, three more to go, and then we will have all the bookshelves we are going to have in our house. So I did update and put on the banner there that from your book, you should find a word that could be considered a curious Christmas tree ornament. So be sure to put in the chat a word from your book that is a Christmas tree ornament. All right. And Christina was saying, and the general, a tyrant by heart, is forced to pretend to be married and joyful 364 days a year. Oh, but when Santa is away, he sends fear throughout the North Pole. Elves running for their life everywhere. And the general would be the name of Christina's reindeer. Oh my gosh. Can you even imagine this lineup of all these reindeers we were talking about? Alicia was 2 years old when you learned that A Christmas Story is a book. Oh my gosh. I only realized this a couple weeks ago. So you're not alone, Alicia. Yes, indeed, it is actually a book. And I mentioned at the beginning when I first started reading this that apparently Gene Shepherd, the author, is the one who wrote the screenplay, but he based the screenplay off of another book of his that had autobiographical accounts of his life, including four different like autobiographical accounts that became the screenplay that became the movie that we all know. This book, A Christmas Story, has just those four autobiographical accounts in them. But there is a larger work of his that apparently is still in print that has like all of the autobiographical accounts. I think there's like 15 or 16 of them, but four of them are the ones that became the movie. So, yeah, so it's fun to read through those. And you can picture the leather jacketed reindeer. Right, exactly. Oh, true. Yes, like in the Far Side. Yes, I could totally picture that too. And Anne needs to find shoes. Yep, gotta look your best, Anne. And Mallory's undecided. Okay, knitting some blanket squares. Oh, nice. You know, Mallory, I have to say that I love knitting blanket squares because they're so small. You can test out lots of patterns. I hate sewing. So then I'm like, what am I going to do with all these blanket squares? So there's a part of me that's like, oh, I should make like washcloth squares because same idea, but cotton is so hard on the fingers when knitting. So, okay, yours was September 2nd. Okay, I think somewhere I knew that you were a fall birthday because that was like your sort of birthday present, right? When you ended the read what you own challenge. Yeah. Well, happy birthday back in September. So, my answer for a Christmas tree ornament or an uncurious one would be a gold plastic decoder pen or a leg lamp. And you can actually buy the leg lamp as a Christmas tree ornament. I have seen it before. I'm trying to think where I last saw that, but you can actually buy that as a Christmas tree ornament. But I could also see the decoder pen. Like, Anybody else want one? I want one. Alex's would be a 10,000 echo chambered reverberating chipmunks. that, that was a curious moment in the book. I was like, but why can I also hear that at the same time? Viviana's would be the bathtub of room 217. That would be an interesting Christmas tree ornament for sure. Becky has a cardboard Ethan, a celebrity cardboard cutout of leather jacket rain. Oh my gosh. How about like I don't think I'd want that as a Christmas tree ornament. I would want that as like a mantle display, like each of the reindeer like in their harnesses with Santa at the end. That's what I want. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Sue, you fell 20 minutes behind. I hate when that happens because then you're like, wow, how are everybody commenting know what she's already going to say? That's how I usually figure out I'm behind. You switched to Christmas wishes. Nice. And Mary finished a Christmas story. Good job, Mary. How did you like it? What did you rate it? And thank you, Teresa. I know I'm so excited about it. I did spend a lot of time putting the books up. It took me 3 days to get all my books up. And later this evening, I will zoom out so you can see the whole shelves. But it took a long time. And in all honesty, it was just because I was being fussy and I kept rearranging where they wanted. At first, I wanted them to go alphabetical order up and down. And then I thought maybe side to side. And then I didn't like that. So then I had to make it up and down again and then shift them and shift them. It took a while, but I'm not complaining. I'm happy to have bookshelves and books that I can move around and shuffle on them. And see if you said anything in the beginning. I don't think I said anything about the bookshelves in the beginning, so not really. Don't worry about it. You checked 27 or 28 different Christmas books from the library. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, cookbooks, craft books, picture books, short stories. Ooh, you've got the whole thing to do. Oh, that is so awesome. Hey, Christina, just waking up. Good for you. Getting coffee. Yes, hydrate. Check the laundry for sure. And like the hug button. Thank you so much. Like the hug button. Is that right? Why does that sound backwards to me? Oh, wait, yeah, hug the like button. It is. Even I was like, yeah, that's right, right? Okay, and Sue's curious Christmas tree ornament would be a red satin dress. Why can I visualize all these things as Christmas tree ornaments? Jamie's would be bleached bones. That would be. I would have so many questions if I saw that on somebody's tree. Angela's would be magic wishing crackers. You hope Santa brings you some magic wishing crackers. Okay, fill us in, Angela. What are magic wishing crackers? Like, are they crackers that you can make wishes on? That sounds crazy. I love that. And I love that it's on the tree, right? Anne has a house full of company. All right, we'll see you Monday. And congratulations, Anne. I hope you have fun. Alex, definitely need to check out more of Jean Shepherd's writing. Yes, the style of humor is hilarious. Yes, and the childish hyperbole, yes, is perfect. Yes, I absolutely agree. Very, very unique writing style for sure, too. An interesting humor. Like, such a great combo. And it brings me right back to the movie. And once you finish the decoder ring part, you will probably switch to another book. Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense. Yep, I need to finish my decoder ring part. Storm filled the next today's of your Vlogmas and fixing a light lunch of a yogurt bowl. That sounds good. What are you putting in it? And Jamie made it to 94% in your audiobook. Ooh, almost done. Working on your sewing project. Nice. And the movie is so close to the stories. Yeah. And yet the first time you watched after having read the movie suddenly felt very lacking. I could see that because there definitely is just like a tad bit more in the book for every single one. So you get like details that would just be too tedious to put into a movie. So I totally get that. I didn't mention, but the other thing that I was doing was I was also updating my 1 line a day journal or notebook thingy. And I was setting up my little notebook that I'm using in 2025 So one of the things that I've always wanted to do, and I've never been very consistent at, so we'll see how it goes this year, is I've always wanted to keep a little Floregium, which is a little notebook of like favorite quotes or excerpts from books or something like that you can go back and read. And so there's a particular book that I'm reading next year that I know is supposed to like have short sections in it and talks about different seasonal things, even though it's not separated in the book seasonally. So hang on, I'm getting a strange text. My husband just, okay. My husband was texting me and I wanted to make sure it wasn't about the food he was picking up. But anyway, the book itself that I'm going to read does not have like the different passages sorted by season, but I feel like they could be. So I kind of want to make a seasonal book of beautiful quotes. So I won't open it up because I just realized my phone number is on the first page, but I put little tabs in there to mark the 4 seasons. And so I got that all set up because I realized I didn't have a notebook set to do that yet. And if I want to start doing that on January 1st, I better get my act together. Let's see where we left off. Miss Micah was saying you got to 46% of the Christmas guest. Nice. Lots of mentions about cigarettes. Yes, that would be a curious ornament nowadays for sure. I feel like back in the 80s and 90s, people would have been like, oh, cool. And like now people would be like, you smoke? In fact, I think I've told the story before about how I passed this high schooler in my old neighborhood and he was smoking as I was coming up to him, which I was surprised by, but not for the normal reasons you would be surprised. Like it wasn't like surprise he's smoking something. I just assumed he was smoking some particular thing or that he was vaping. But then I noticed like he was actually smoking. And then as I got closer, it was an actual cigarette. And I had to like keep myself from my mouth dropping open because I was like, people smoke cigarettes still? Like I literally, it's been decades since I've seen a person actually smoke a cigarette. Like not a cigar, not a pipe, not vaping, not an e-cigarette, not other substances, but like a old-fashioned Marlboro. And I was like, I didn't know people still did that. Especially not young people. I've mentioned this before, so we'll move on. But yeah, I agree with the curious or Christmas tree ornament. Kristen's ornament would be Dear Santa, which is a child's misspelled writing. That would be pretty hilarious. I love it. You read some and getting ready to go do some Christmas shopping. Ooh, add 10 more books to your donate pile. Ooh, very good. Taking it with you. Have fun shopping. Thanks for stopping in. Denise would have jackanapes. Yeah, that would be a strange Christmas tree ornament for sure. Need you to take your husband to dialysis. Okay, well, I hope all goes well and smoothly with that, Denise. And hopefully you'll be able to come back later if you like. And Natalie, no reading was done. Orange cranberry nut bread. That has good reasons not to read. Going into the oven. Oh, and cranberry pico de gallo? Whipped cream. Yum. Can we come over? Your item would be a measuring cup. Since you didn't read, I love it. Good choice. Melissa's at 120 out of 217. Nice job. Good progress. Viviana's daughter was born on Christmas Day. Oh, wow. You watched the movie while in labor. Your premature Christmas baby who isn't a baby anymore. Oh, I know. And now it would be an e-cigarette ornament. Exactly. Otherwise, people would be like, what's this weird stick on your tree? And Teresa's going to make some lunch on the next sprint and try to finish Murder at the Vicarage. Okay, because you didn't finish it last night. 20 pages left. Ooh, and then you can focus on Christmas stuff. Yay! And Alex is definitely says, I've definitely passed people and thought, who's this? I know, it's just so foreign here now. And it's so funny because growing up, like, common as all get out. Everybody on television smoked. Everybody you knew, most of the adults smoked. You could see it everywhere. And now it's like gone to the point where it's strange. And Angela, it's the Christmas crackers. You make a wish pull and they make a popping sound. Oh, like the cracker. Okay, yes. Small gift joke, yes. Guess you don't put them on the tree stocking, you think? Yeah, yeah, normally in the stocking. Okay, yes, the you can tell, right, that I'm like American, that my first thought goes to like crackers that you eat. Yep, so common with the candy cigarettes. Yes, yes, I too felt very cool with them. And Teresa has two nieces and nephews that smoke. See, this surprises me. It's like if it was people my age or older, I would not be surprised. But younger people, I'm like, really? They still sell, but no longer say cigarettes. Oh, true. Interesting. What do they call them now? Anyway, we're going to go back into our sprint. I will update the banner with our new prompt. Happy reading. How did everybody's sprint go? Welcome back. Mine went well. So I finished A Christmas Carol, and oh my gosh, it was so good, guys. It was just, even though I know what's going to happen, because I watched The Muppets Christmas Carol almost every single year, it was still so good to read and just, yeah, love Charles Dickens, love A Christmas Carol. Practically want to reread it now. Let me not hold this book too close to my face. It's very dusty, probably not to the average person, but I'm very sensitive to dust. So yeah, but I finished that and it was so good. It was totally worth it. I was like tearing up at the end when he goes to Christmas Future and then like the end and I loved it. So then after that I went back to Ralphie and well, he's not Ralphie in the book, Gene Shepherd in the book, but I'm reading the story with the major award. The major award has been received and is on the library table, and the major real life battle between the mother and the father is about to happen. So looking forward to that. On the next sprint, however, I am going to be eating my late lunch, early dinner, and I will be listening to the audiobook of The Night Before Christmas while I do so. This is by Nikolai Gogol. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I'm interested to see if this is the same or similar to the Night Before Christmas story that we know. I'm guessing not because it's like a full fleshed out story, but I'm wondering if there's some elements of that that were taken from this. The book also has pictures, so I'll be looking at those as I listen and eat my food. So that is my next audiobook plan. And then when I get back to reading, I'll be going back to A Christmas Story. And then I did also put in the banner below to find a phrase in your book, or in your book, find a phrase that expresses the true meaning of Christmas. So hopefully you were able to add that to the comments. If not, you have time to add that to the chat now and let us see what you guys were up to during this sprint. When we left, we were talking about cigarettes, and Teresa was mentioning that nieces and nephews in their 30s smoke. And that makes sense age range to me. Like, I could see 30s, 40s older. Like, to me, I'm just surprised by like 20 and under because it seems like it's such not a fad thing to smoke cigarettes. But anyway, Maricela, the curious thing is that you rarely actually see people smoking, exactly. But judging from the way some people and youngsters smell, that's true. That is a good point. Yeah, because you can smell it on people, but now because you can't smoke in a building or sometimes near a building, I guess in their cars and at home. And the candy cigarette packages are very obviously cigarette boxes, but they just say candy. Oh yeah, because that made all the difference, right? Oh yeah, the candy sticks. Yes, yes. You used to ride your bike to the gas station and buy those. I know, and if you blew through them right when you got them, a little cloud puff of sugar would come out. Oh my gosh, those of you born after the '80s, man, you missed out. It's okay. Oh, I'm glad you came across too. Oh, I'm glad you're having a good afternoon, Kristen. I am as well. Yes, I hope you're able to make it back for the last few sprints. Have a great afternoon in the meantime. Okay, Alex's answer for the true meaning of Christmas, a crummy commercial. That's so true. Like if you watch TV, you would think that was the true meaning of Christmas for sure. Viviana's answer, the true meaning of Christmas is powerful wave of nostalgia. Ooh, I like that one. That's so good. Oh, that is totally Christmas. Melissa's gonna have dinner. Enjoy dinner. Okay, you don't know if you're coming back. Well, fair. Thanks for joining us and hope to see you again soon. Happy reading and sprinting to you and dinner. Sue ate some ramen and listened to A Frontier Christmas. Ooh, is that a Western? Sounds like one. And then I had for the true meaning of Christmas to live in the past, present, and future. and to let all three strive within me at all times. Ebenezer Scrooge. Yay, Scrooge. And hello to Stormy. And thank you, Christina. I love them. I'm just so happy and pleased with the bookshelves. Like, they're the gift that keeps on giving. Like, even though I sit here so you guys can see my bookshelves in the background, typically I sit on the couch that's across from this one so I can stare at them. And like right now, it's like the epic couch setting because I can sit on that couch and I can see my fireplace and my Christmas tree and the bookshelves. And if I turn to my left while I'm sitting on the couch, I can also watch the sunset. It's it's like the super pleasing couch right now. And Alex just read The Wood at Midwinter, ooh, by Susanna Clark. Oh, a disappointment. Oh, darn. And it was a pretty book too. It fooled you. And Becky, oh, it was on your list too. Oh no. And Becky had for the true meaning of Christmas glide through the next few days on the well sharpened ice skates of self satisfaction. Nice. Love it. Absolutely love it. And Alex, it takes all of 10 minutes to read. Oh, so you may as well try it. There you go. At least it was a quick read. And yay, Jamie, you finished your book. Good job. Very nice. I hope you enjoyed it, Jamie. And a hi to Christina from Storm. Alex, think you must just be a page or two behind you. Yeah, probably. Or we're like right around the same thing because we're definitely like referencing from similar themes. So I think so. And yes, yay for finishing, Jamie. Storm, spent your time watching a friend interview the author. Ooh, Sheila Roberts. Nice. And Christina, who is the author of The Night Before Christmas. This version of The Night Before Christmas, it's a classic by Nikolai Gogol. So Nikolai Gogol, he's the same person who wrote like Dead Souls. He's a Russian author. Well, was. And Denise just got back from dropping off hubby. Need to get a few things at the grocery store during the next sprint. Happy shopping. And Angela thought the young kids today had mostly that was my thought, Angela. That's why I was so confused. I was like, do you need an e-cigarette? Like, I felt like offering him a vape. Like something. Like a lot of younger people vape. Unfortunately, your son vapes. Yeah, although he's not that young. He's 40. Well, see, like, because it's like he's catching up with the young kids. And were you able to keep everyone else's books off your shelf? Yes. Yes, I was. There keeps being allusions to spots. Like, they're like, you have some space. You know, because I do have space, and you'll see that later. But you can see, like, up here, I have some space. I've got a lot of space still. Like, even clearly on the shelves behind me, there is space. Like, everywhere you see books resting horizontally, there is plenty of space on these shelves for my books. And Denise says to Alex, you bought the Wood at Midwinter. It's so pretty. It was hard. At least you have a pretty book. And it wasn't a long read. So yeah, and Alex says you saw it, you would probably still buy it because it's so pretty. See, yeah, there you go. And yes, exactly. I have space for now, for the moment. Okay, let me get before I forget our next bookish prompt up here. So let me shuffle through and see what we're going to need to find during our next sprint. Yeah, and I'm trying to think what I want to do after I read, because I'm not too far away. Let's see. I have about 70 pages left in this book, which is like if I'm able to spend an entire sprint reading it means like one or two more sprints, and I'll be done with this. And then I'm trying to decide if I want to try and get to the Tale of the Nutcracker before I pick up Nicholas Nickleby. I wonder how long it is. Like, I'd really love to read another Alexander Dumas. Let's see. The Tale of the Nutcracker is, okay, it's about 100 pages. So what time is it? It's 3. So let's say I read this one during the 4 o'clock hour. 4 to 5. And then this is another 100 pages. So I need 3 more hours. So I could finish this. I could read all of this. And then I could probably start Nicholas Nickleby. And in the times in between, I could listen to this. Because this, like I said, is only like an hour or two if I listen to it on 1 time speed. And I usually don't do 1 time speed. I usually do like 1.5 is like usually works for me on all books. And space for now, but wait until the next big start. Yeah, I know, right? No, there's a lot of space though. It will definitely take more than one haul, more than 1 year, but definitely more than one haul. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna put us into the next sprint early because I still have a couple of books that I want to get through, and I do want to start Nicholas Nickleby today. Oh, and I sidetracked myself. I was supposed to pick our next prompt here. Let's see. Okay, on the next sprint, and the camera's not always like focusing. Oh my gosh. What? What? Okay. For the next one, you're going to need to find in your book what Frosty the Snowman did shortly after coming to life. I don't even know if I can handle it. And yes, I did get the version of this on Hoopla, Christina. I see your comment about that. I'm assuming you mean about the Nicholas Gogol one. I did get it on Hoopla, so I will be listening to it on Hoopla. Um, and did I get books on the top shelf? I did. Yes, yes, I can show that to you. In fact, except for there, that one's empty. But yeah, I got it all the way to the top because I did finally earlier this week get my little ladder in. So, and I'll show that to you guys later when we go over by the fire. Because when we sit by the fire, I'll be able to be far enough back. But right now, I'm plugged in a space where I can't get you that close. All right, let me go ahead and get us into that sprint like I was talking about. Yep, that one. You just got it too. You'll be listening to it soon too. Ooh, fun. We can listen together because I'm going to listen to it while I eat. And did I pick a library step stool? Yes, I did. Yeah. And I'll show it to you, the full thing to you guys in a little bit. So, all right. Let me go ahead and update our timer really quickly to speed us ahead. And there we go. I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well, very fast. Anybody else feel like that last sprint went by super fast? I definitely did. So I did eat my lunch slash dinner slash late lunch. I don't know what meal that was. And then while I ate that and put away another bookshelf for my son, I also listened to The Night Before Christmas on my phone. And so I was just sitting here relaxing, enjoying this. And this is by Nikolai Gogol. I said that really weird. Nikolai Gogol. And this is not the Night Before Christmas story, the rhyme that I'm used to as a kid. What would I say this story is about? This story is about a little town. I'm guessing it's in Ukraine because Nikolai Gogol, I think I'm wrong. I think he's actually a Ukrainian author. Um, well, okay, he wrote Russian literature, but we won't try and figure out where Russia was at that point in its history and how big it was. But anyway, this story is about a little town that is supposed to be based on a town in Ukraine. So let's go with that. And it starts out with a witch and a devil stealing stars and the moon out of the sky, and also involves what is his name? Uh, Vakula, who is like the strapping young blacksmith in the town, and the beautiful Oksana. And he is in love with her, and there may be some promises exchanged in relation to maybe somebody getting a hold of the Tsarina's beautiful boots. So it is a crazy, zany little story. I've got 10 pages left, so it's also a very short story. So I will be finishing this during our next sprint. Not at all the story that I thought it was going to be. I see zero relationship to the little rhyme other than this is all what's going on the night before Christmas. So, not your typical activities. So let's see. Teresa was saying if you read Nick, it'll be one chapter tonight. That's a good plan. Maybe I'll do the same thing because, like I said, after I finish the night before Christmas, I still want to finish a Christmas story. And then after I finish a Christmas story, I do still want to get to the Tale of the Nutcracker. So maybe if I just make my goal for just one chapter in Nicholas Nickleby, I'll make it through that as well. And yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So I might be doing the same thing, Teresa. And you almost messaged me about it, but then thinking about your shelves between Monday and today. Oh my gosh, so nice. Yeah, and the sun is getting down. So it's almost time for like, cozy by the fire vibes. So yeah, and like I said, I'll show the full bookshelves and my little ladder and all the things because I do have a book that I have to put away, and it does go on one of the upper shelves. Okay, yes, and we had what did Frosty the Snowman do shortly after coming to life? And we got a couple of different answers. Viviana said his nostrils flared. That makes sense. He's got to take a good breath. Alex said he had ice cream for supper. Yes, I read that part. So love that. Let me skip ahead real quickly. Let me highlight the next comment, and then I'm going to skip ahead and read some of the other answers. Becky said that Frosty taught Father Barry to make latte art. What? I don't even know what that is, but that sounds like a great craft for Frosty. Sue said that he put another ornament on the tree. Love it. Very sweet. Shannon, hello, Shannon. He announced marriage plans for next year. Ooh, okay, go Frosty. That was real fast. Like, and who's he marrying, Shannon? Like, I'm very invested in this story now. My answer was that he slept 3/4 of the day, ate for 6 farm hands, and emptied a bucket of beer. And that's thanks to the night before Christmas. So Frosty was pretty busy. Teresa had Frosty drifting over meadows and gardens and roads. Nice. That sounds like right out of the song, right? And Natalie has Frosty helped cool your kitchen. Had to turn on the AC and open windows because it's so hot in here. But you're all done in the kitchen now. Well, Frosty was very productive for you then. I love it. I love it. And if you haven't commented yet, you can still comment below on what Frosty did shortly after coming to life, according to a line from your book. And let's see, while we were sprinting, Chris joined. Hello, Chris. How are you doing? I'm well. I hope you're well as well. And Angela, how funny that Tolkien is writing these letters from Father Christmas to his children in the 30s, talking of goblins, gnomes, elves. Oh, while he's writing The Hobbit. Right on theme there. And then I'm assuming that it was his children that published that, or did he actually publish that? Does it say, Angela? And Christina says hello, and some of the answers. And Sue is back. Oh, your daughter called. Well, you came back and you answered a question too. And again, hello and welcome, Shannon. Thanks for adding your thoughts as the answer. And let us know what you're reading. Hellos to Christina. And Chris has seen a Christmas Story movie, but the only thing you remember is the tongue. Yes, yes. The tongue is everything. And the restaurant scene, like the low in the movie, in my opinion. But the tongue, yeah. Like there are lines from that movie that I will be able to repeat forever. And my husband only saw the movie for the first time a few years ago, so I'd say lines to him and he'd be like, "What are you talking about?" I won't do the tongue one though. And Elena's back. Welcome back, Elena. Heather switched to audiobook while you did chores and finished What Angels Fear. Very nice. A Regency era mystery. Ooh, with lots of stuff. Ooh, and some sensationalism. Love it, love it, love it. Sounds like a good pick. And Teresa, both of you read two picture books, you and hubby. Yours were Snow Horses, A First Night Story. Oh, a New Year's book. Oh, that's cool. And Fancy Nancy Splendiferous Christmas. Love Fancy Nancy. Made me wish that I had a little girl. Oh my gosh. And hello to hubby. Your hubby. And Miss Micah, 15 pages until the end of your book. Oh my gosh. And Frosty killed Ashley Smith that Christmas Eve. Oh no. Oh my gosh. That's kind of funny. In like not funny Frosty way, but it is. And Storm finished up watching the interview with your friend. Oh wow, that was a long interview. Very nice. And chatted with another friend and edited a Vlogmas video to put up tomorrow. Yay! Oh, and soon you'll get to read. Very good. And Storm, I just have to say about the end of our book. Yeah, I actually finished it, I think on the same day or a day or two before you did, but I realized this morning, I was like, I never actually put in there that I finished. So I did go like super early this morning and see what you wrote and update it, but yeah, of all the ways that it could have ended, it was like insult upon injury. Elena read 164 books. Oh, for the year? Congratulations. Or did you read just now 164 pages so far? But I'm assuming that's your total for the year. So good job. Heather read one chapter of Nicholas Nickleby today too. Ooh, okay. So I'm definitely going to read a chapter. And then do you guys want to discuss Nicholas Nickleby on Discord or the story graph? Because I can do either, but I'm figuring the story graph would probably be better, because I could probably set up either forums for like every 10 chapters, we have a forum that we can talk in or something like that, because I'm assuming there's chapters, right? I mean, Charles Dickens tends to have titled chapters. Oh, mine has chapters and then like a subheading. Yeah, so I could do chapters. So we have like chapter forums we can talk in. Let me know. I'm very open. Oh, Frosty married Mary Tudor. Oh, how'd that work out? And hello, Rachel. And Christopher Tolkien published the Father Christmas letters. Okay, that's what I was thinking, that it had to be one of his children, because I think somebody had mentioned that it was written, I think, specifically to one of his sons, or that there was a letter or something like that. So, and you finished a NetGalley book on the Tudors. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. So that's how he ended up married to Mary. And they found his letters in a box, and the wife of his son, Christopher, Bailey put them in order and had it printed for the estate. Wow. Wow. Hello to you as well, Jim. Nice to have you here today. You guys are having a fun time. And Teresa, you didn't mention what Jim's two books were, because I'm assuming he's not the one that read Fancy Nancy. Viviana's on page 401. And yes, Heather is doing it too. Yeah, I have to put like a little buddy read or read along together for us so we can all discuss in the same place. And Angela, Billy Tolkien, okay. Christopher's second wife edited and published it. Okay. Awesome, thank you. And Jamie's late to the chat because your daughter called, started your next audiobook. Everyone in my family has killed someone. Ooh, that's supposed to be a good one. I hope you enjoy, Jamie. And Alicia, hello, back from your cards, cookies, and candy canes kids event. That sounds fun. At the local library. Oh my gosh, that does sound cute and fun. Oh, and they had so much fun. You're always doing fun, cute stuff with your kids, Alicia. Like if I had younger kids, you'd be like mom goals for me. And you don't belong on Storygraph. Okay. It is easy to join it and it's free. It's like sign up and then you can add a book if you want. So you'd at the very least just need to add Nicholas Nickleby. And then you can join the read along. That'll send you like an invite through Storygraph too. So, and what did we do for the last Barnacle Buddy read? That's a good question. What was the book, Heather? I'm pretty sure we did it on the Storygraph. Like the Storygraph is nice because you can either do forums that we can talk in. So until you go into that forum on, say, chapter 1 through 10, you won't see anybody's comments. Or you can do a buddy read where you can just leave comments whenever you want, but it won't show it to you until you've gotten to the same place in the book. Or we could do Discord where there's just like, you just go on Discord and I make a little channel in there for us to discuss and you just have to hide your comments. But I don't remember which book you're referring to. So tell me the book and then I can tell you what we did. How about that? And Storm commented on your comment. Oh, okay, I'll have to go and check it. I know, it was. I am used to like those types of endings. You're right, Storm. So like I was wondering how he was going to end it just because I'm like, this is clearly a very unacceptable situation to have happen. And he made it very clear culturally that there was no way for her to come back into society. So I was like, how are they going to end things for her? But then she just seemed also that like so traumatized that she was just going to continue to be traumatized and full of shame no matter what happened. So I was like, how can you end that? And hello, Hermie. How are you? You just got home from showing support for your son. Oh, his first boxing match. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I can understand. Yeah. Well, look at it this way. At least he's choosing to do that. My son has a mandatory boxing class at college. So he is also doing boxing. So I can relate to that. Like, how was that punch in the face? And you think Storygraph, you really need to make sure you select the right edition. Yeah, or that like I said, like buddy read works well if there's just like 2, maybe 3 of you. Otherwise, if you don't all have the same editions, doing the read along is better. Because a read along, you're like in a space, but then you click on a subheading that tells you what chapters. So unless your book has radically different chapters, then you're a hot mess. But the read-alongs aren't page-based; they're chapter-based, or however you decide to talk about it. So we should do that with our next one if there's multiple people who want to read with us, or if we just have different books, we should check that. And Hermes, you finish reading The Vengeance, ooh, and then go to bed. Makes sense. Yes, we did manage with Candide. It was a lot of fun. Yes, and the Discord is open to everyone. Yes, so I can put a link in that in the comments during our sprint. So let me go ahead and do that. I will put a link to the Discord in the comments below. I will also put a new banner up with our new prompt, so you know what to look for in your book. And I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. And I'll get to the rest of the comments when we get back. Welcome back. How did everybody do? How was your sprint? Mine went well. I finished listening to The Night Before Christmas by Nikolai Gogol, and that was an interesting little story. I kind of like it. It's quirky, it's different. And I was right earlier when I was saying that Nikolai Gogol is Russian. His family moved to Russia quite. I think it was his grandfather who moved to Russia, but they were originally from Ukraine, and most of his stories are set in Ukraine because his mother would, give tell him about the settings and what life was like there. And even though he grew up in Russia, he grew up in a Ukrainian household, and all their traditions were Ukrainian. So I knew there was some combination along those lines, and that was definitely correct. And then I continued to read A Christmas Story, as you can see here and here. And I am currently at the part with the bumpuses. So I finished the section that was about the Christmas lamp. I also made it onto the shorter section that was with Grover Dill, also who in the movie is referred to as Scut Farkas, but they're actually two different people in the author's life. So the person that he had the encounter with was actually Grover Dill, a different person. And now I am on the section where the bumpuses have just moved next door, and how that is all going to play out. It'll be interesting to see, but I'm pretty close to finishing this book. I am just about 30 pages from the end, so I should definitely finish in the next sprint. But at the beginning of the next sprint, I have to go and hammer in the nails on the very last bookshelf. My husband is putting, not my bookshelves, my son's bookshelves. My husband is currently putting the shelves on the other ones. And then probably tomorrow, I will put all my son's books away. And I'm hoping that he has enough shelves. I think he does, because he before just had 2 Billy bookshelves and then like a small 3 shelf unit, and then books hidden in different places. And he now has 5 Billy bookshelves, but they're not the ones that have the extension because he has lower ceilings in his room. So we'll see how that goes for him, but I'll probably film that and post that as well and go through what his reading is like. So let's go back to you guys and see how you do. I am going to move us also during the next sprint so that we can get some like Christmas tree fire vibes going on, but I'll probably wait to do that until after I get the hammering done. So if at some point you see my screen just go to like my little profile picture, that's what's going on, and moving us around. And I see we had quite a few people join back in during that sprint. So let's see what is going on. Alex said that your audiobook is going to be Everyone This Christmas Has a Secret. That's fun. Is that by the same author of like Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone? Because it definitely sounds like, that title idea. And the book that we are buddy reading Nicholas Nickleby, and we are starting it this month, December, and we're going through January / whenever everybody finishes. My goal is to finish this by the end of January, and it's a chunky book. And it's 900 some odd pages, which is like 450 pages each month. And I will put, I need to create this story graph, but I probably won't do that until tomorrow. So for those of you who are reading, I'll do like a whole little like community post is probably what I will do, inviting people. But first, to finish the last story in A Christmas Story. Yep. Same. And oh yeah, Teresa, you're going to tell me what Jim read. He read Mouse's First Christmas and Mouse's Night Before Christmas. Aww. And Angela finished Letters from Father Christmas. Oh, loved it. Especially Polar Bear and all the wonderful illustrations. Oh, nice. I didn't know it was illustrated by Tolkien. Yeah. Okay, it's a keeper. Nice. Now to choose your next book. Okay, The Evil Genius. Where did we do The Evil Genius? Okay, I'm going to have to look that up. I think we just discussed it on Discord. I don't even think I made a channel for it, but I'll look at my Discord in a second. Thank you, Heather. And Storm was also going to say about the Mysteries of Paris that you feel like you conquered it. You can probably do more classics, but maybe not one so big. Fair. But reading one each day works well. Yeah, one chapter each day. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And especially if you do shorter ones to start with, because you started with a really long one. And I would say also, like, start with a shorter or mid-length one that somebody has recommended, because you took all the risks, Storm. I had never read that before, and but it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you reading it with me. It was nice to have like someone to talk to and be like, is it just me or is this really boring? Or like, yay, wow, what's going to happen next? There was a little bit of everything. And then I included my Discord in case any of you want to join. I will put on Discord for sure where we will be talking about Nicholas Nickleby. So if you're interested in that buddy read, you are all welcome to join. You are all welcome to join. That's what I was trying to say, and it came out weird. And regarding the book question, you're on the Bumpus story. We'll definitely have naughty list material. Oh, my naughty list material came still during the lamp part. And Hermie just realized it's Christmas book sprints. Yay! Yeah, switch to Christmas read if you want. Otherwise, read whatever you want. And you love reading about the Tudors for some reason. Oh, it just keeps your attention. They're endlessly fascinating, right? Your memory's so bad you can never remember half of what you read. Ah, yeah, I hear you there. Some really fun historical fiction and normal history books for the Tudor period. I can't keep them separated because, like, my memory is horrible on stuff like that. You'll be adding more this time period as a fun little reading goal. Ooh, that sounds like a good idea. I'm glad we inspired you, Hermie. Okay, and Sue's answer to a piece of evidence on Santa's naughty list is the raccoons ate all our chocolate chip cookies. Oh, the raccoons are definitely not getting any goods this year, or any more goods. Oh, mandatory. That's a mean choice on the part of the school. Okay, and for a piece of evidence on Santa's naughty list would be a lawnmower. Interesting. Alex had chicken wire, baling wire, rolls of barbed wire just lying around. Yeah, guilty. Guilty as charged. Like, what's about to happen? And my piece of evidence was a soft, phony voice fading heartbreak. Guess whose voice that was? The voice of whom? And Teresa finished Peanuts Christmas, is here and now, is here. And now back to finishing The Murder at the Vicarage. Ooh, and that's my third favorite Christmas movie is Merry Christmas. What is it? A Merry Christmas, Charlie Brown? Or is it a Peanuts Christmas? I never remember which one they call it, but that is my other third, like, really want to watch it every single year Christmas movie. That, The Muppets Christmas Carol, and A Christmas Story are the three that I own on. I think I own on video and DVD. Because I'm like, I don't want to risk that I can't stream it somewhere and da da da. So, yeah. Storm has a kitchen knife. Oh, back to hell with Hallmark. Yeah, what's your kitchen knife doing in there, Storm? But yeah, definitely going to be on the naughty list with your kitchen knife. And Viviana's on page 503. Nice. Jamie has a body in the backseat of his brother's car. Yeah, that would definitely be some evidence you belong on the naughty list for sure. Hello, Alicia. How are you? Oh, thank you. And thank you for hitting the like button. Thanks for stopping by. And I'm glad you like the bookshelves. Denise finished your book. Yay! Okay, you'll miss the chat. Oh, right. You got to go pick up hubby. All right. We'll see you at the chat after this. So you got to 93%. Nice on Christmas Wishes in Wild Harbor. Close to finishing. Alicia ate pizza. Yum. And a donut. Ooh, Christmas coloring sheets. That sounds fun. Shannon finished the book. Yay! started another. Also, yay. And you'll probably finish the second book in the next sprint. Yay. Very good. What's the second book? What book are you moving on to, Shannon? Jamie made it to 5% in your audiobook. Nice. Ooh, Shannon, you also started the dryer. Yeah, that's a good laundry reminder for anybody who has laundry going. Hey, Jamie, how are you doing? Yes, thank you. I'm loving the bookshelves. I would love any bookshelves at this point, but I'm particularly loving the ones that I have. Christina took a shower, stripped the bed, got the laundry going, and the phone finally charged. Yay! Oh, now you get to read. Ooh, that's extra fun. And yes, remember to hydrate, check the laundry, like the hug button. And thank you, Ryan. I know I'm loving the shelves. I'm absolutely loving them. And Miss Micah's naughty list would include evidence that the blood that spills from her face is not red but black. Ooh, what's going on over there? That's like multiple levels of maybe need to be on the naughty list. What can you say? You read a murder mystery. That's so funny. Love it. Love it. Love it. And Jamie got back from the gym. Nice. Your cats presented you with, a dead mouse. Oh, okay. Not so nice. And you traded them for a can of food. Oh, well, that was a trade up for them. I'd bring you a dead mouse too if you were going to give me food. No reading quite yet, and you're finishing Parade's End. Very nice. And the same author. Okay, interesting. You didn't read the second book, though everyone on this trade is a suspect. Okay. And when does the Nicholas Nickleby reading start? So you can start anytime you want. Our plan was to read it in December and January. And then when we decided to do the bring your own Christmas book thing, I think most of us decided we were going to start reading it today. So far, 2 people have read chapter 1. My goal is before we're done tonight to read chapter 1. So it's very low stakes so far, Chris. You have missed nothing. And I still need to put together the whole thing for us to do. And the evil genius conversation was on Discord. That's what I thought as well. So is that a vote from everybody that they want to talk about Nicholas Nickleby on Discord? Because I can set that up right now on our next sprint. The Storygraph one will take me a hot second or 12. And Chris, your Christmas tradition is to badmouth things. What is the Christmas food or drink you like in the slightest? Ooh, my least favorite Christmas drink? Or food? That's a good question. My guess is it's gonna be some sort of pie, like pecan pie, but I feel like that's more Thanksgiving. I don't know. I like a lot of Christmas food, like ham or duck. I like all the sides, all the drinks. You know what it would be? Okay, I know. Anything that is like a peppermint and chocolate drink or a chocolate, peppermint, and coffee drink. Those for me are like a colon cleanse. That's all I'll say. So I don't appreciate them. I love the taste. My stomach wants nothing to do with it. And The Mysteries of Paris. It was a book. Oh, I have it right here, in fact. It was this book, Christina, that Storm and I spent from April. We read this entire book from April to this month. All 1,300 pages, forever and ever and ever. We read a chapter a day out of it, which wasn't even every day from April to now, but it just took time. But it was a lot of fun. So that's what we were talking about. And Shamika finished The Christmas Carol earlier. Oh, enjoyed the book more than the movies. Yeah. He loved it as a child, appreciated the story more as an adult. Yeah, I agree. And then hearing it and reading it, I think I picked up on more of the themes than I do in the movies, where I'm just flat out enjoying them. And Jim is now reading an Every Man's Library book of Christmas poems. Ooh, that sounds delightful. Share the names of any good poems you find, Jim. And Christina says hi to Herbie, and hello from Rachel. And Rachel says hi to Chris. Heather's getting into Christmas cozy mystery for the evening. Yay! Cozy time. I'm definitely going to be making some hot chocolate soon. And Rachel had to finish with biscuit making. Ooh, you did miss the chat, but that's fine. I hope your biscuits come out nice. That sounds super yummy. And you're done. Yay. You don't know that you actually like the Bumpus story all that much. I can see that. I am wondering feeling like that. And it was interesting because they said that the Bumpus story was originally included in a different book than the other stories, and that it's a bonus in here. So that's also very interesting to me. And hello to Rachel. And okay, the evil genius was on Discord. Hello to Rachel. I know I love Snoopy, and the music in that one is like A plus plus. Okay, Viviana's gonna come back. We'll see you soon. You finished the first story in Hell with Cormac. Did not go how you thought it was going to. And it made supper nice. And Natalie's off, ready for the potluck. Have fun, Natalie. Thank you. And Hermie's nearly finished with the vengeance, but falling asleep. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. And Shamika would recommend the movie Nutcrackers with Bill Ben Stiller for anyone looking for comedic Christmas. I could see that being funny. Okay, you're down for Discord. Okay, since you're the only one who's commented so far, I'll set up a channel for Discord. And hello, I'm just trying to get to the things, and I'll reset our timer in just a second. And a humorous take on the Christmas Carol. Oh, by an Indian author. That sounds great. I hope you enjoy it. And Rachel's saying a late hello to Laura. And Nutcrackers was cute, extra funny. But we could picture kids from our homeschool circle as the kids in the movie. Nice. And Alicia usually makes a mint swirl cheesecake. Ooh. Yeah, a colon cleanse. Yes. I figured that would be a nicer way of describing what happens. Oh, yes, coquito. Yes, very familiar with it. Yeah, yeah. We are very, very familiar with it in our house. My husband's Puerto Rican. So, yeah, we usually have coquito every Christmas, but we did not this year. The biscuits came out super buttery and fluffy. Yum. And hot chocolate is great. Ooh, a peppermint tea bag. I bet that tastes great, but again, like I don't need to take that drink they have for the colon cleanse. I can just have that and done. Send my sample in. Sleep well, Hervey. Yes. Viviana gave the Shining 4 stars. Ooh, gave you all the creepy feels. Sounds good. And a hello from Stormy to Rachel. All right, let me just reset our timer real quickly. We will go into our next sprint. And you know what? Since I have to reset our timer anyway, let me take a moment to get our next book prompt. So during this next sprint, you are going to find in your book, let's do this one. Hopefully it will show well on your screen because it hasn't been. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. This should be good. In your book, find the gift that no one wants at the White Elephant Party. I look forward to hearing about that when we get back. That should be amazing. The hour is on the clock. Happy sprinting. I will see you shortly, guys. How did everybody's sprint go? I hope you guys had a good sprint that round. I had a very good one. Let me up the lighting real quickly here so you can actually see me. There we go. Anyway, I had a really good sprint that round. I just literally in the last 30 seconds finished A Christmas Story, despite the fact that it says I'm reading the Nutcracker. I thought I was going to be able to start it during that round, and it didn't happen. But I did finish A Christmas Story, so I'm happy about that. And it was an interesting end. I have a lot of thoughts about the Bumpus story, but it still brought back some good memories from the book. So I'm not going to complain about that. Oh, and I'm just realizing that I didn't add the gift that no one would want from the White Elephant Christmas party. But I feel like the Bumpuses have a lot of things. So let me see here. Something that you wouldn't want from a White Elephant Christmas party. I'm going to say the tangled rat's nest of rusting junk and weather-beaten barrels. I'm assuming you wouldn't want that gift at the White Elephant Christmas party. Anyway, let's see how you guys did with your reading. I think that is probably, yeah, I think this is probably the last Christmas story that I'm like short Christmas story that I'm going to do. I feel like that at this point, if I started the Nutcracker, that will end up being my last story, and I won't get to Nicholas Nickleby. So I think what I'm going to do to hedge my bets, because I also forgot to make the Discord channel, is I'm going to make the Discord channel, and then I'm going to read the first chapter of Nicholas Nickleby in the next sprint. And then I'll see how much time I may or may not have for Dumas. Because sometimes Charles Dickens chapters are shorter, but sometimes they're not. They're usually not super short. So we shall see how that goes. But that's my plan for the next sprint. I just saw the end of the comments where we left off. Teresa was saying that Discord was fine for you as well. Yeah, okay, well then let's do Discord for sure then. And I will actually remember to set it up, and I'll put the link in the comments when I remember. And so in your book, find the gift no one wants at the White Elephant party. And I'll read the answers that people put. Viviana had red drum. Nice. Let's see if anybody else has answered so far. Shannon, the poisoned apple. Can't imagine why not. In some ways, Shannon, it's been so great that you've been reading thrillers and like tangentially or not related Christmas stuff because it just adds to it. Diana has a rose that squirts. Yep, that's probably one that people are passing on. Knives. I don't know, Allie. I mean, what kind of knives are we talking about? Like, are they nice knives? Like nice kitchen knives? Probably not. And yes, you just joined. Hello. I hope you are doing well. Let's see. A flock of wild geese. Yeah, I would definitely pass on that. Especially geese, man, because geese can be mean. Let's just be honest. Let me just scan down. Okay, that's the last comment on the presents that you would not want to get at the I can't even read it. The gift no one wants at the White Elephant party. And you can still comment below if you would like. And Christina was about to start The Night Before Christmas. Let me know what you think of it, Christina. At first, I think because I was expecting it to be like the story that I know, I was like, what is happening in this story? But then as it kept going on, I kind of adjusted and I liked it. I thought it was cute. And Kristen just jumped back in, didn't realize it was paused from earlier. Oh no. So you heard the Wood at Midwinter discussion that you read on one last night. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. So beautiful, but disappointed. You liked it better after reading the afterword. Okay. You should have read that first. But it's afterward, so you would think you'd read it after. But you wonder if it's better if you had read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell first. Oh, huh. I don't know. That's a good question. And Shannon just started The Housemaid's Wedding. Nice. Hey, Julie, how are you? Thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying the new bookshelves and heading out to a family get together. Good luck. I hope it goes well for you, right? With everything. And hello, Christina. How are you? You're reading Bound to the Shadow Prince. Ooh, by Ruby Dixon. Sounds good. Is it a romantasy? It sounds like it could be somewhere in that genre or just like some sort of dark fantasy with maybe romance. Let me know. Anyway, welcome. Thanks for saying hi. And same to you again, Allie. And Angela started reading The Box of Delights. Ooh, that sounds good. Also reminds me of Chronicles of Narnia. Made it to page 30. There's magic in the air, but your eyes are too tired to go on. Oh, it sounds good. Yes, you're very welcome for the Christmassy sprints. Thanks for hanging out all day, Angela. Have a great evening. Hello, Jess. How are you? Thanks for joining. Let us know what you're reading or working on today. Alicia's been coloring. Oh, still coloring. I love coloring. Just finished one picture, one more to go. Not reading yet. Also watching, The Grinch with Benedict Cumberbatch. Have I seen that one? He's the Grinch, right? I'm trying to think. I think I know which one that is. Like animated or something like that. Teresa only has a couple pages left. Yay! So in the next sprint, you're finished and read your chapter of Nicholas Nickleby. There we go. Just got home for Denise. Started The Bear and the Nightingale. Ooh, I hope you enjoy it. Not Christmas, but definitely winter. Definitely winter. Yes, Russian winter folktale. 5% while in the waiting area. And I think part of it may be around Christmas time, or there may be a Christmas may occur at some point. But again, it's not a major feature, but definitely wintry. And Alex is 33 pages, and everyone this Christmas has a secret. Listening, reading, nice. Christina, about 25%. Keep getting distracted, same. And wouldn't want a suspect covered in blood with no memory of how it got on them. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want that either. And Christina made it to 13%. Nice. You can't think of the answers for the white elephant, but gunshots. Well, okay. I wouldn't want gunshots at a white elephant party at all. Sue finished Christmas in Wild Harbor. Nice job, Sue. Working on your reading journal. Nice. Yeah, I have lots to update on my storygraph tonight. And Teresa, you're in your book, the chapter is only 7 pages long. Ooh, good to know. Okay, so maybe I will get to Dama tonight then. And Alex feels like the Bumpus story feels the most made up of the stories. Yes, there was definitely if you weren't sure how much he was exaggerating before in the Bumpus story, you're like, okay, he's definitely spinning yarns and whatnot. Yeah. The other ones were, yes, exactly. That's what I feel like. Believable or nostalgic with a kid's flair. Like the Bumpus story felt like a kid telling you the story. And it was a little stressful. Yeah, I totally agree. Allie, yes, agree. I would not want a demon from the party. That's a hard pass. Somebody else take that one. Shannon's 43% of the housemates. Nice. Alex, also in a time that hillbilly can be considered. Yeah. I definitely felt like there were a couple of questionable moments in the Bumpus where it's like, this was probably funny, back in what was it, the 60s or the 80s or whatever it was that he wrote this. But the Bumpus story was definitely one where I'm trying to look and see where he first. Yeah, it was first published in the 60s, and the Bumpus was one where the humor felt like things that people in the 60s would have found funny. But I feel like nowadays the whole they were super Kentucky country, da da da, because that's what the Bumpus story is a lot about. Like I feel like overplayed things that nowadays are just like, yeah, it's not cool to illustrate it like that because he's clearly exaggerating what he's talking about. But nowadays, I feel like it would be like an exaggeration that people would be like calling him out on the carpet for. So in some ways, I get they wanted to add that into this book because you have the bumpuses in the movie, but I kind of wish they had left it out because I'm like, that's one of the four that I would not reread. The other three were fine. That one I was like, yeah. And it does make me, to go back to that real quickly, it does make me reconsider whether or not I'd want to buy his like book of works. I think that's become a library pick for me. And Jamie got to page 805. What are you reading again, Jamie? You told me, and I have forgotten. Probably one more sprint until you're done. Nice. And yeah, midwinter, the afterword was the best part. Oh man, why would they do that to you guys? And Allie's reading Incidents Around the House. Nice. Christina is trying to get a whole bunch of chores done. And since you are mama manager, you have to direct. Yep. Good job. Good luck. Yes. And another Christina from Christina. And Shannon says, Christina, I'm doing laundry as you are with most streams. Yeah, exactly. Laundry stream, keep going. Put the stuff in the dryer, take it out of the wash, add another load. And Jamie, for the white elephant, you'd throw in the deed to the big, expensive to maintain estate that the characters in your book don't want. There you go. Yeah, what are you reading, Jamie? Now I'm really not sure. A big book. Are you reading Jonathan Norrell and Mr. Strange? No, I don't feel like that happened in there. Who has an estate that they don't want? Oh, Parade's End. Oh, okay. I haven't read that one. Are you enjoying it? I was supposed to read this a few months ago, never started it. Well, you're almost done now. And you were paused on your phone. Oh, but you left the street on your TV so your dog was with you. That works. Keeping him company. Should have made some barking sounds. Does anyone want to read Les Mis? There are a couple of people reading Les Mis next year, Viviana. I'm trying to think whose channels are doing it. I know a couple of people read it and just finished it this year, but probably if you do a search on YouTube, it might come up, or if anybody else knows. But I know there are a couple of people, like a couple of channels that are like doing Les Mis. One of them may be Melinda at a Web of Stories. I think she might be doing it. Like I know the people who are doing it, they're starting in January and they're doing one chapter a day because there's 365 chapters or something like that. And yay, you too, Christina. But are we hydrating? Good question. And you're welcome. I hope you find someone because I know there are definitely people who are reading Les Mis next year. I am not one of those people, clearly. But I will reread it at some point, just not next year. All right. I am going to get myself set to go into the next sprint. And yes, I can drop it in the comments along with this Discord link when I've got that going. Jamie's book is good. You feel like Evelyn Waugh. I always mess up the last name. Evelyn Waugh trilogy or the Forsyte Saga more. Okay. All three are books about aristocratic families in World War One. Yep. And hellos. And if you hadn't finished Mystery of Paris, you'd be like, sure, to Les Mis, but nope, you can't do Chucky, almost the same type of book. Yeah, right. Especially since they're inspired one from the other. I'm the same. I'm like, ooh, now I do want to read Les Mis because I want to see the similarities. And I know Les Mis is better, but not now. Story and I burnt ourselves out on urban mystery dramas for the time being. All right, let's go into our next sprint. I will drop the link for Melinda and for the Discord for Nicholas Nickleby in the comments, and I will put up a new prompt in the banner for us below. Happy printing. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? I hope it went well for you all. My sprint went really well. I got quite a bit done during that sprint. I did read a chapter in Nicholas Nickleby, so that was really good. I started, there you go, you can see it. I put in a few little annotations. For this copy, because I like the Tor edition so much, I am not going to highlight in it, so I am just tabbing things. So I will probably be taking very good notes on the Discord channel about what I am tabbing in this. And I may get a different edition so I can actually annotate on the page if I can find a cheap used copy. Which sometimes you can if Charles Dickens works, but I don't see Nicholas Nickleby around that often. I also had dinner, and then I did spend a decent chunk of time reading The Tale of the Nutcracker. That is what the work by Alexander Dumas is called, and that is the book that I am going to finish today's sprints on. And it's interesting because I noticed it's a bind up with The Nutcracker and the Mouse King by E.T.A. Hoffman. And I figured out that the reason these two are bound up together is because the Tale of the Nutcracker by Dumas actually starts with sort of an authorial tale about why he ended up telling children this story. And in the beginning of that, he talks about, well, I'm not going to come up with my own story. I'm going to retell somebody else's story. And they were like, oh, whose story are you telling? And it's E.T.A. Hoffman's story that he mentions retelling. So I think it's cool that the Penguin edition ended up binding up the two. And I don't even need to hold it up because it's there on your screen. I'm clearly not used to having it over there. So now I'm like, oh, maybe I should have read the other one first, but I really wanted to read Dumas. So it's just encouraging me to read the Nutcracker and the Mouse King at some point. But for now, I'm hoping to finish Dumas tonight. And I don't know if I'll read any more in Nicholas Nickleby tonight because I am in the middle of a different book. So if I want to keep reading, I'll probably switch to that. But at least for our next sprint, which will be our last sprint, I will be going back into this. And I didn't put in the chat what I would have listed as the hottest gift for kids this year. But there are definitely ones mentioned in here. In fact, there's a whole scene where the two kids are sharing what they would love to have. And I am going to choose as the hottest gift for kids this year is going to be, let's see here. A vigorous chestnut horse. That's what one of the kids in the book wants, a vigorous chestnut horse, and a whole bunch of hussars for his army. So, every kid wants a chestnut horse. Why not? So when we left off, Chris was saying you have various editions of Dickens, so you need to figure out which one will be the most readable. That's always important. That's the other reason that, like you, I have multiple editions. Like, I love the covers on these ones, and I only occasionally find the Tor edition ones, but I have really bad wrist, and they do not hold up well to chunky mass market paperbacks. So I can tell you right now, you will see this today. This will not be the one that I am reading long term. If I can't find a cheap used copy of this, I probably will just switch to my Centennial collections. I do have Nicholas Nickleby in the same hardback, and like these, while they don't lay flat and like stay open, they are like a nice size and they'd be easier on my wrist, and they're not heavy. And I know Nicholas Nickleby in that collection is in 2 volumes. So I can totally relate to that. I did put in the chat Melinda's video on classics. Like I said, I'm pretty sure she mentions reading Les Mis next year. So she's one you could follow. Shannon loves Dickens. You love that she doesn't stay with young adult fantasy like most booktubers. 2 Dickens books in a row is a tremendous feat. Yes, that is so true. Yeah, and Dickens is so good. And swinging by for a wave. Hello, how are you doing? It's prime toddler craziness here. I can totally understand that. Well, thank you for swinging in and stopping by and saying hi anyway. I hope you are doing well. And yes, I was going to say, Dee Dee Brown Girl reading just finished Slay Miz and the live discussion. So even if you don't find someone to watch Les Mis with, I know you did it. Did you do it for the whole year? Is that how long your read along went? But anyway, I know you have like a lot of videos that you're talking about it. You had a final discussion on it and stuff. So that's a good channel to go to. And I put the link to Discord for Nicholas Nickleby. Hey, Shauna, how are you doing this evening? Like late evening for you. And yes, do look up her channel. Yeah, you can watch all the videos. You're very welcome, Viviana. Have a wonderful night, and thanks for joining. And Chris started reading Nicholas Nickleby, but your edition had too many prefaces, so you only got through them. I was thinking about that, Chris, because mine has like the preface and then the second preface. And what does mine have? Mine has a forward, a preface to the 1839 edition, and then the preface to the first cheap edition from 1848. And yeah, and then it begins in chapter 1. And I decided, because I was trying to get chapter 1 out of the way before the night was over, I was going to go back and read the preface a different day. But I hear you there. I was like, what's with all these prefaces? Hey, Shane, how are you? Southern Gothic literature. Give me an example of what that would be. I would need to know. Hey, Leslie, how are you? I like how it's like the changing of the guard. The daytime people are going, the late night people are coming. Alex did no reading that sprint, catch up on phone calls with the in-laws. Nice. I have my Oreos set up to munch on during the next sprint while I finish up this one. And let's see, how many pages did I get read in this? I got through about 10 pages. I don't know. It's only like 100 pages total. I don't know if I'm going to finish in a sprint. Denise made your husband dinner, making yours, only read 5% at 10%. That's not bad. Jamie got back from running errands, made it to 10% your audio while driving around. That's always nice. Hello, how are you doing? Yes, I'm so glad you were able to catch it as well. You're reading The Wizard of Oz. How fun. Yes, a 15-book series. I was just about to say, did you know that it's actually like a super long series? I have the series on my bookshelf, and it's in 5 volumes, and there's 3 books in each volume, so 15 books, yeah. And it gets like weirder and stranger, and you're like, yeah, we're not in Kansas anymore. Like, there are things that the movies like never got to. I hope you enjoy it. And Sue got to 27% of Deadly Bitson Winter Nights and had dinner as well. Nice. And you gave The Shining 4 stars, Viviana. Nice. And Christina's so confused by your book. Oh no. And your sewing machine's fighting you. Okay. Yeah. Maybe just go watch a movie. Yeah. That sounds like, okay, time to give it all a rest and do something else. Jamie's not quite done, but close. Also took a break for dinner. Okay. Oh, fish croquettes with mayo. Ooh, that sounds good. I hope you enjoyed it. Alicia finished the coloring and watching The Grinch. May watch the live action Grinch soon. Ooh, it's like a Grinchy day. That's nice. Kristen read 40 pages. Ooh, 20 pages left, so you'll probably finish in the next sprint. And when you read Dickens or a longer Victorian novel, you switch to an ebook. Yeah, I could totally see that. Also because like with longer Victorian novels, they're big fans of making the print super tiny to like make the book slightly shorter. I really like Barnes & Noble's Classics and Modern Library. Not the Every Man's Library, but Modern Library editions of classics. Especially if it's not a translated classic, and so the publisher doesn't matter because translation won't matter. I like them because they are super like floppy paperbacks, and both of them do larger print. I will say I like the paper that Modern Library uses better. It feels nicer on the hands, whereas Barnes & Noble's is a bit drier, but I will take either, and both of them tend to do really pretty covers. And so that's what I do, because then since they're floppy, they will stay open when you lay them flat, and then I can like put them on a table or something and read that way. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And you have to get the Dumas book. You'd never heard of it. Oh, and you did read the first chapter of Nicholas Nickleby. Yay, you have the Penguin edition. Nice. And I hope you saw that I did put a link up to the Discord server. I don't know if you're on Discord, but if you are, we'll be talking about Nicholas Nickleby on there. And yeah, the Dumas book is really good. And the book that's just by Dumas is called The Tale of the Nutcracker, but the Penguin edition that you see on the screen is the bind up of the inspiration story, if you will. And I was wrong. Earlier I said that Tchaikovsky's ballet was based off of Dumas, but I guess it's technically based off of Hoffman's Nutcracker. But that was also a Google response, so I may be correct. I'd have to read the preface in this book or the introduction in this book. But anyway, I know that this version of the Nutcracker, one of these two, some combination of the two, is what the ballet is actually based off of. Storm, listen to the most wonderful crime of the year. Nice. Denise, glad, Viviana, that you enjoyed your book. Alex has no desire to read Nicholas Nickleby, but the FOMO is real. We could still buddy read something else. Well, are we? Oh no, we just finished our buddy read. Yeah, that's true. Candide is over. Well, you'll have to look and see what my January TBR is. And if you don't want to do Nicholas Nickleby, maybe there'll be something else on there that you want to read. I'm trying to think what else I'm reading that month. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Jamie decided to put off Bartleby Rudge till next year in case you need a bigger book for a point for a readathon. Might read Mystery of Edwin Drood. That's a good one if you haven't read it. I actually really liked it. Love the cover of the Penguin Nutcracker edition. I know. And you know what it reminds me of? I mean, they're all going to look the same in some ways, but it's like my own Nutcracker, but in reverse colors because mine has the white coat with the red accents, whereas that one, this one over here, has the red coat with the white accents. But actually, I love this Nutcracker because we have like this little family inside joke about cardinals, and look what he's holding. And this was a Nutcracker that was gifted to us, or maybe my mom gave it to us, and that's kind of creepy. But and they didn't know about the cardinal, so it was a cool little thing. Okay, I'm gonna put him down because I'm so afraid that some part of him is gonna come loose, and then I'm gonna have to find the wood glue. You've never read the Oz books, but you've heard the sequel to The Wizard of Oz, Return of Oz, was more like the books. Yeah, but don't know if that's true. Yeah, it's not actually. I want to say one of the books is more like what you see in the movie, and I don't think it's the namesake book. Viviana likes listening to Christmas music. Same. It is Chris, says Christina. You read the whole series when you were younger, now have them on Kindle, but want to get the physical copies again. And you were supposed to read Nickleby in high school. That's a long book for high schoolers, but relied on Spark Notes. Yeah, like who wouldn't? I mean, it's 900 pages, like all year long. And your Kobo and Kindle because you can adjust the fonts. Yep, and find taking notes and highlighting much easier. Yep. Classics can have them paper. Dorothy is actually younger in the sequel movie, which is closer to the books. Yeah, true, because she's a lot younger. Yeah. And you should read the Oz books, Chris. They're really fun. And you own the Oz movies and books. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm like playing with them because now I'm like, okay, time for the earrings to come out. But thank you. I really like them too. Oh, your son collects nutcrackers? Oh, that's so cute, Christina. I love that. And yeah, I love it too. You can't believe you don't have one. Oh, that might be something you have to add to your Christmas stuff, your tons and tons of Christmas stuff. Let go of like your least favorite Christmas thing if you have one and replace it with a nutcracker. Somehow, like, I don't know, he just adds a little bit of pizzazz to wherever he is. Maybe because like a lot of his color is glittery. That could be it. All right. And our last prompt for the night, because this is our last sprint, is going to be Ooh, part of a letter to Santa Claus. And I'm sorry, but I will put that reminder down in the banner. So don't forget to put in the comments a quote from your book that would be part of a letter to Santa Claus. And that will be our last one for the night. So I am going to, first of all, for now, put this up, but I will change it to a banner that says last sprint and has the prompts. We've got our last hour on the clock. Happy reading, everybody, and I will see you back for one last chat in an hour.